around the wicket, but the left-handed Kamindu Mendes is not quite ready, or the bails were blown off by the breeze, the strong wind that is blowing. The bails fell off, and he's just doing some repairs. The umpire had come in and to assist him.
He'd be nervous then more, not only with the score on 19 for 3, but he's on a pair.
Facing up now, as this is Jaden Seals, and he gets off the mark with one that was on the line of the stump. Should get 2 runs, flicks it out into the square leg region, comes back easily for his second run, and he would be happy with that, having gotten off the mark, and he would be hoping that he can have a good day in terms of with the bat for the Sri Lankans. So 2 wickets in the space of a few deliveries for the West Indies. Kimar Roach getting the first wicket, getting LBW, getting Madushka LBW, and then the night watchman leaving. Here we see Swan played away into the short leg region. Catch taken there, but it came off the thigh pad maybe. Just ballooned into the hands of Amir Django, who is at that a little bit back, more than what we would call conventional short leg. It's a little ways back, maybe just for that lofted little flick. He has the helmet on and all the guards that the short leg wear. Here is this delivery outside the line of the off stump and allowed to go by. What's the difference we've seen here with the West Indies bowlers and the Sri Lankans? Yesterday the Sri Lankans were adamant that they're staying over the wicket to the left-handers, but immediately a left-hander has come in, and Jaden Seals has decided that he's going to change his line of attack, immediately around the wicket. I would have loved to have seen him just stay over the wicket for a couple of deliveries and see what takes place with 3 slips and a gully in place. Here is Seals, goes past the umpires in, and here is a delivery that is going by outside the line of the off stump, and there is no run.
Yes, I agree, but just looking at Django there, and Dave Joseph summed it up extremely well yesterday. That chance, or Django actually called it a half chance of Madushka last evening. He didn't stay down long enough, as Dave said, and so he was on his way up when he attempted the catch.
Seals is in, and his delivery is coming back and striking the batsman on the pad. Not out, says the umpire. The one before cut back as well, but took him high up on the thigh pad region. This one cutting back, and Chase doesn't look as if he's much interested in a review. So nothing done there, and again movement from Jaden Seals to end the over. At the end of it, Sri Lanka there 21 for 3. Kamindu Mendes, he's on 2, and then Ishandimal, he is on 4.
Yeah, excellent pace and good control shown by Seals in his opening over. So very good starting, very good bowling conditions, you'd have to say, this morning. But what I was going to say about the short leg, if he was in the traditional short leg position, then that ball would be coming basically into his midriff, rather he's trying to catch it down by his ankle.
Roach starts a new over, a pitched up delivery that is driven out on the onside for 4. It was pitched up to him, angled into him, and just coming down hard, and it was Dennis Shandimal, and flicking it, getting it past the diving Jaden Seals at that mid-on position, and it runs out into the long-on boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, good shot.
Beautiful shot indeed.
Yep, that's 2 good drives he's played so far this morning. 1 on the off, 1 on the on.
We watch as Seals is there, and he was a man out at that deep square leg position, and we haven't seen any short deliveries bowled to bring him into play. Here is Roach in, and this delivery is played away off the back foot. punching it into the offside field, and there is no run. Dave Joseph suggests that that man that's at deep square leg should be in the slips.
Or even the gully in this case.
You have a lot of so
No
short
ball.
mid wicket, you're saying, because he's getting the ball to come in. So Roach overstepping, so a no ball called, just overstriding there a little bit. 26 for 3. Here is Roach in, and this delivery striking him, cutting back, maybe
Just
a little bit of a bat onto that one, or maybe just striking him just outside the line. But again, movement from Roach, and yeah, just
High too.
coming back and sharply taking him on the thigh pad, and that's even making Dave Joseph's point a lot better, where he's saying bring that man up from the deep mid-wicket, the deep square leg boundary, up into a very short mid-wicket position, because the ball is moving back in so much. Here is Mendes, Shandimal, correction, just playing this one defensively out into that mid-on region, and there is no run. Looks like it's going to be a lot of fight today, a lot of battle for the Sri Lankan batters. Mendes and Danish Shandimal, they look as if they're up to the task. And you don't think that I don't think the Sri Lankas are going to roll over at all. Shandimal faces as Roach goes past the umpires in, and this delivery is beating him outside the line of the off stump. That one touchdown on the off stump, maybe just going the other direction and going into the gloves of wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva, and there is no run. 26 for 3. On that occasion, maybe thought that might have beaten him, but ball is still really moving very, very much here from Kemar Roach. Roach runs in, goes past the umpires in, and a delivery that is right up to the bat angle down the leg side, looking to flick again, was Shandimal, not making contact, and there is no run. Just one delivery to come in this over by Kemar Roach. Had a no ball earlier in the over, just overstriding a little bit. Nothing behind that front crease. Shandimal faces, he's on 8. Faces up now as Roach runs in and bowls to him, and he's driving beautifully back past the bowler for 4. Pitched up to him, and he just stepped forward and drove it all along the ground, past that mid-off fielder and into the long-off boundary for 4 to end the over. 30 for 3 and 2 fours in the over. 2 well-played shots as well by the Sri Lankan batter. Shandimal is on 12. Kamindu Mendes is on 2. Sri Lanka 30 for 3.
Yes, very nice looking shot again there by Chandamal. 3 good drives this morning. He looks like he's in business, means business this morning. Exactly what Sri Lanka need, but I agree with you though, Denmore, I can't see them just rolling over.
Not at all. The Sri Lankans are going to put up a fight, but I'm just a little bit concerned because the way that Roach bowled in that last over just did not back the field placements that we saw, especially that man on the deep square leg boundary. Not sure why he was there, but this is Jaden Seals at the start of a new over. This delivery is played away off the edge to the left of the man at gully. A diving save by, looks to be Ruston Chase, who's in that position, and there is no run. So the slip fielders, Campbell is at first slip, Graves is at second slip, Hodge at third slip, and Captain Ruston Chase is in the gully region. That's the slip cordon for the West Indies. They go down now as Jaden Seals around the wicket, outside the line of the off stump, pushing that left leg is Kamindu Mendes, and allowing it to go by into the gloves of the wicket keeper. Ball again just shaping back towards the leg side after it passed the stumps, and there is no run. Then there is a man at short extra cover, a man at mid-on, mid-wicket, and then the man at that short square position. Maybe we want to say short leg, but he's just a little bit further back than the conventional short leg, as Seals comes in, goes past the umpires in and bowl, and again Mendes gets a delivery that's rising. He just stands up tall and plays it defensively on the leg side of the pitch. Django does the fielding, and there is no run. 30 for 3. Sri Lankans still trail by 288 runs, so it's going to be a long day for the Sri Lankans with the bat. They're going to need somebody to step up and really try and bat long. Here is this delivery that is driven but straight to that field at that short extra cover position. There's a solid sound off the bat of Kamindu Mendes. But the ball went on the bounce to the fielder standing at that short extra cover position, and there is no run. That's Brandon King that's posted there. Would still love to see Jaden Seals bowl a couple of deliveries from over the wicket to the left-hander, but it just seems to be the policy now of West Indies, as once a left-hander is in, they go around the wicket. This delivery is right up to the left-handed Kamindu Mendes. He's driving up on the onside to the mid-on fielder, and there is no run.
Yes, straight away this morning when Kamindu Mendes came in, Seals around the wicket. I agree with you, Denmore. I like to see, and I think it's what most, especially early in the innings, left-handers don't like to see the ball moving away.
Here is Mendes driving beautifully out to the mid-on region, past the mid-on fielder and into the boundary for 4. Over-pitched, and he just leaned on it and really, with a strong wrist, got it clear of that man at that mid-on position, and it raced into the long-on boundary for 4. 4 runs to Kamindu Mendes to end the over. At the end of it, Sri Lanka, they are 34 for 3.
Yeah, overpitched that time by Jaden Seals, but a very good on drive by Mendes. But as we were saying though, Denmore, as they come over the wicket and take the ball away from the left-hander, would negate the batsman playing shots like that.
Yeah, because with the movement that he's getting, that's coming in, that's a meet and drink.
Exactly.
Once he over pitches with those deliveries that are already angling towards the leg stump, the batter is going to always look to cash in, because he can see those coming from a mile away with him coming around the wicket. Whereas when he comes over the wicket, there's a little bit of a blind spot sometimes, we tend to say. But Roach is going to continue from the Sir Ambrose end. He's going to be bowling to the right-handed Dinesh Chandimal, and Chandimal is driving up on the onside again. He's going to get runs here, gets 1, comes back for 2. Chase is going to pull it up just a couple of meters short of the boundary. Has a good strong throw back to Roach at the non-striker's end, and the batters come back for 2. 36 for 3. He now trailed by 282 runs. Not really significant at this stage. The Sri Lankans would just want to try and get in. They've lost 2 wickets this morning. 2 early wickets. They'd want to keep the West Indies at bay. Roach is in with a better delivery on the line of the stumps, just leaning forward again. Playing with a defensive bat is Chandimal, and the ball coming into the offside field, and there is no run. So there are 3 slips in place. There's a man at short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, a man on the deep square leg boundary, forward of square boundary, the man at the short leg position, and a man down on long leg. That's the field for Kemar Roach as he runs in, goes past the umpire and in, and a short of a length delivery that is punched away into the offside field for runs. They run back for a second run, and the fielder now pulls it up and gets a throw back to the wicket keeper, and they come back for two. That looks to be Shamar Joseph, who was giving chase from that position. 2 more runs to the Sri Lankan total. 39 it goes up to 39 for 3.
Yes, and he's getting a prodigious amount of movement back into the right-hander, is Roach. He just has to be careful he doesn't start it too straight.
Here is Roach with a delivery that is starting on or about the off stump and cutting back at the right-handed Dennis Shandimal, and he just played it defensively out into the offside field, and again there is no run. So just 3 slips in place for Kemar Roach as he tries to get another wicket. He has 1 wicket so far for the morning, getting that leg before decision. Here is he in, and a delivery down the leg side. Good take in the end by a tumbling Joshua De Silva, going to his left and getting there, getting that left hand down and just taking it. That ball swinging away, and De Silva having to move across, skip, and then reach, and had a good take, tumbling over, and Roach just losing his bearings for a moment there with that one. He turns and starts to run away from us now, goes in past the umpire, is in, and this delivery is dropped on the onside. He thought of a single, Shandimal, but it's going much too quickly to Jaden Seals, who's at that mid-on position, and there is no run. So Roach continues every over to bowl a no ball, just overstriding every now and then. He has to be careful with that. Doesn't want to be in a situation where he's getting a wicket and no ball would be saving the batter. He begins to move in now, goes past the umpires in and bowl, and this delivery there, going to steal a single as this is played with soft hands out to that mid-on region where Jaden Seals is located, and they come through for 1. 40-3, 9 overs we've had so far in the Sri Lankan innings, and the Sri Lankas, they've had already 5 fours in the innings, and that's one of the things that we spoke about with the West Indies in their first innings. Too many 4 deliveries, too many of those 4 balls, those loose deliveries. Remember yesterday at one point with Sri Lanka, it was literally almost 10 overs before without a boundary being struck by the West Indies, and the Sri Lankans really tried to keep the West Indies the loose deliveries in check. The West Indians tend to bowl a lot more of those loose deliveries. We're about to have the start of a new over as the umpire is just trying to adjust maybe some of the folks who is there on that southern end, just straying in front of the sight screen, and the batter in Dennis Shandimal just wants them to move. Here is Jaden Seals over the wicket to Shandimal, and he beating him outside the line of the off stump with a good delivery, one that touched down and shaped away from Shandimal. He pushed at it, didn't make contact into the gloves of the wicket keeper, and there is no run.
Good ball again though by Seals. His pace is up this morning, and he's got a lot more control than he had in the first innings. But working in tandem, Roach bringing it back in to the right-hander. Seals taking it away.
Seals will be happier because 2 of the catches in this innings, they've already been taken. Here is it, getting one again, almost hitting the edge of the bat. The batter coming forward tentatively and then dropping it into the offside field, and there is no run. He would be happy because the first edge that he got of Nisanka was taken by the wicket keeper, And then this morning, his first delivery, Rajita's edge flew to third slip and was accepted there by Hodge, and that would make him happy because he had some drop catches in the first innings. And sort of threw him off, I thought, in terms of his bowling. Was not as motivated. Here we see getting a delivery that he's dropping on the onside, wanted a single. No is the call, as Jaden Seals just hustled through in his follow-through to prevent the possibility of a single. Seth Burton stands by. You're going to hear his voice at the end of this over. 3 deliveries to go in this over. In the 5th over from Jaden Seals. Seals walking back pretty slowly to his mark. And the West Indies, they've not been necessarily good in this game in terms of their over rate. They've really
miles behind.
Yeah, they've
since
really
day one.
not transitioned in a quick manner. Here is he getting a delivery on the line of the stumps. He flicks it down to the long leg position. Gets a single as it goes straight to the fielder on that boundary. Looks to be Shamar Joseph, who is down there, and one more to come into Shandimal. He goes to 18, 41 for 3 in over number 10, being bowled by Jaden Seals. And as the field changes over for the left and right hand combination for Sri Lanka, Jaden Seals also switches to right arm around the wicket to the left-hander. I would love to have a chat with the bowlers and figure out what has caused this immediate around the wicket and hear what their thinking is instead of us just speculating. Here we watch as Jaden Seals runs in and outside the line of the off stump, just raising the bat and allowing it to go by is Kamindo Mendes into the gloves of wicketkeeper Joshua Da Silva. No run.
Well, I think Denmark, that it was the success that Roach had when he first started, coming around the wicket to the left-handers. But you have to bowl an exceptional delivery and have the ability to bowl exceptional delivery to make it pitch and straighten from coming around the wicket. So it just makes your job more difficult, and I believe it makes the left-handed more easier.
Easy getting one on the line of the leg stump, and you get a lot of those types of deliveries when you're coming around the wicket. Those deliveries that are angling towards the leg stump, and the batter being able to play it pretty easily. 42 for 3 at the end of Jaden Seals' over. Kamindo Mendes is on 6, Dennis Shandimal is on 18 after more thoughts from Terry Laraji. For the first time this morning in the commentary position, you're going to hear Seth Burton.
Yes, and it makes it easier for the left-hander, especially when he knows the field's set looking for the outside edge. So if the ball doesn't straighten and then start to move away, and it keeps coming back in, quite easily to rotate the strike. Just tap it into the onside and pick up a single or boundary if it's on offer. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Terry, and good morning to listeners here in Antigua, Barbuda, throughout the Caribbean, throughout the West Indies, throughout the world. If you're in Sri Lanka, we trust that you're having a good time and that you can absorb the pressure. Something is identical, Terry. I'll get to that as Kimar Roach comes into Mendes. Pitched up, Mendes comes forward, loud appeal, not out, says the umpire. I reckon that was a bit high. Good probing delivery from the West Indian veteran fast bowler, the 37-year-old Barbadian, who is still on the verge of 300. He came into this series on 294 wickets, Terry. He has had 3 so far in the match.
3 to go.
Yes, 3 to go. So he would want to keep bowling.
And he's around the wicket to the left-hander.
Yes, and he has
bowled 2 all morning.
3 slips of gully, a backward point cover, a mid-off. Good delivery, shaping away. Taken by De Silva under bounce. And there is no run. But to add to that conversation is that coming from around the wicket to the left-hander, I think it's a matter also of where you are moving the ball to, because you have bowlers who move the ball into the left-hander and you have bowlers who move the ball away from the left-handers. So it depends on what you want to achieve. It also depends on where you're bowling from, the wind factor.
True.
He's coming up the hill, the breeze is blowing from left to right or from east to west. Here is a good full length delivery. On this occasion, Kamindu Mendes comes forward and plays the ball back to the bowler. So each bowler is different. Seals, for instance, his stock delivery is away from the right-hander into the left-hander. Kima Roach, he goes away from the left and into the right more often. So, and then you have both who can make the change around. So I'm dealing with those who are bowling now. So sometimes it's also a matter of comfort. Here is Kimar Roach. Would like to be comfortable, good delivery. Mendes, he looks comfortable. We often look to the veteran players for the solutions. But
and I think Roach is definitely comfortable because
certainly.
He's perfected the art of this coming around the wicket. But interestingly, with the breeze, and as you were saying today, you look at the conditions and so, with the breeze blowing left to right across the ground or east to west, as we look at it, he'd be able to move it a lot further away from the left-hander if he stayed over the wicket.
Yes, you're right. He comes in. Kamindu Mendes faces, leaves this one alone, allows it to go through to Josh De Silva. And another factor, Terry, also when we are speaking about the bowlers, sometimes the angle, when you're bowling from around the wicket, you want to get as close to the stumps as possible.
Right.
And Roach has that, in fact, it's his norm that he comes very straight through. Mm-hmm. There are some bowlers who would like to go wide of the stump, angle the ball in, and if it's reversing, then it could be trouble. Right. So, you have various situations, and I believe the West Indies coach and his bowling coach, they may have that worked out. Roach did not work out his run, started and stopped, wiped his hand in the carpet. He's looking to the slips, hoping another wicket beckons. The three slips have come closer. The gully is also in. Mendes comes forward this time, but he works it to the short backward of square position, and he gets a single and takes the score off 42 for 3. So it's now 43 for 3. 42 for 3 was the identical score for Sri Lanka in the first innings when they lost those 2 wickets to Alzari Joseph. So at the end of Roach's over, it is Sri Lanka. Remember, they started this morning trailing on 303. They are 43 for 3. And I think that these two are settling well. They're settling well in a little partnership of 24 because they were really in tatters this morning, losing both the overnight batters without scoring individually. It was Chandimal who came out, got the scoring started, and he is looking comfortable, and young Mendes is also looking quite good.
Yeah, Chandimal certainly come out and has looked confident, played some nice drives. Partnership has reached 24. They've handled the situation quite well.
So it's Seals. Seals is also close to a landmark. He started
he needed 5.
95, so he has had 3, so he needs 2 to get to 100. Mendes works this one down, but Shamar Joseph is on the boundary. Down that backward square, he gets a single. Young Mendes is also a very good batter for Sri Lanka. Terry Laraji has just left. Dave Joseph, the former West Indian player, will come beside me. But Kamindu Mendes, he's in his 15th test match. Before this, 14 matches, 1,316 runs, 182 his highest, and that was against New Zealand. An average of 62.66, 5 centuries and 5 half centuries. To have had 5 centuries in your 15th game, it's a bat of note. But here is Chandimal, Dennis Chandimal, the veteran whom we have heard about for quite some time. He scored an important half century in the first innings, got 54. He's in his 91st game, 6,361 runs, highest of 206, an average of 43.56, 1,600s and 34 half centuries. So these are solid batters, so the West Indies will need to get past them, and they know that they also have the captain and also the other Mendes to come. But this is Jaden Seals. Oh, a beautiful delivery from this young Trinidadian fast bowler, the 24-year-old. He's really enjoying his bowl from the Andy Roberts end. Good morning, Dave Joseph.
Morning, Seth. He's hoping that he had a lovely day yesterday at church.
Certainly, it was church in galore, it was lunch in galore, it was family in galore.
Yeah, I hope you prayed for the sinners.
Well, I am one. So I have to start with myself.
Most
It is the
definitely.
grace of God, not man's perfection. So I prayed for you all. Here is Seals coming in well on this occasion. Chandimal plays it back up the track. So I had a good day yesterday. And I also invited Denmore Roberts out on Friday night. We were ending a campaign that finished yesterday. And Denmore came. But
Yeah.
Dave did not come. I'm just leaving that there. Let's end the conversation. Let the people know you didn't come. So it's really a beautiful day here at the Sir Viv Richards Cricket Grounds, second international venue in Antigua. There are three in Antigua Barbuda, driven back up the track. Good feeling by Seals. Trinidad and Tobago also have that luxury of three international venues. Look at it, where the breeze is blowing. The wind speed is 43
K's.
Yes, per hour. Wow, that is significant. The flags are flattering in the breeze. The Sri Lanka flag, CWI flag, the Antigua Barbuda flag. So it's a very strong breeze. It's cool conditions here. And that would have aided the West Indies this morning. It's 44 for 3. Here is Seals, a good delivery. Chandimal plays back of it. The ball struck him on his glove and immediately, ouch. How does that feel, Dave, when a ball from a fast bowler shatters the defense and hits the glove?
Yeah, it can be, somewhat uncomfortable. The ball pinning your fingers to the bat handle.
So the over comes to an end. It is 44 for 3. Chandimal is on 18 and Mendes is on 8. And they're really trying to bring Sri Lanka out of a hole here. Their partnership of 25 would need to be perhaps 125, because this morning they lost Madashka, LBW to Roach for 2, and Rajita, the overnight batter, caught Hodge of the bowling of Seals for 4, and neither of the two overnight batters added to the overnight score. So you understand that it was a situation where they were 15 for 2 and then 19 for 3, and these two are rebuilding. We have seen the first bowling change. Shamar Joseph, the speedster from Guyana, comes in to replace Roach, and he comes in, good delivery first up. Draw in Mendes into defense. Camindo Mendes, the left-handed batter. So good move by the captain to get Joseph in early on the trot. Roach looked good throughout the morning, but as we have seen from the West Indies, keeping the fast bowlers well oiled and well rested. Roach had 1 for 26. And Shamar Joseph is the man who was replaced him. Jaden Seals, 2 for 13. And this is the third fast bowler being used by the West Indies. So if you have joined us this morning, we're in the 4th day of this rather intriguing test match between the West Indies and Sri Lanka. And the Sri Lankans, they would feel that they are under the gun here. Here is a good delivery from Shamar Joseph. It was going down the leg side, but it was in that little hip area. And Commander Mendes was trying to get inside the line. The ball rushed into his thigh pad. No run. Okay, we see now an adjustment, Dave Joseph. There are the 3 slips and the gully now. He's bringing the fielder from the wide third man position, or backward point rather, on the boundary. He's bringing him in. And I know you prefer to see that sort of assertive, aggressive enforcement. So Kavem Hodge comes off of the boundary and now is in a deep backward point position.
Is that Hodge or
So
King? It's King.
it's Brendan King. So he's walking in with the bowler. Here is Shamar Joseph, comes in now, plays the ball, steers it nicely, but good bit of fielding by the captain, Waston Chase, and there is no one. Still 44 for 3. Kamendo Mendes on 8 from 24 deliveries. Dennis Chandimal, he's on 18 from 25. And as we know, both are very competent and established batters. Chandimal, 1,634 half centuries in his 90 games prior to this. Mendes, 5 centuries and 5 half centuries, and he's in his 15th game. This time he pulls at this in the air, but the fielder is out on the backward of square boundary. Only a single. Good approach. You say you want to see short bowling. You were the one, and that was an attempted one. He was not in control, though the field, there was no close fielder, but it's important that you test the pitch.
It's a different from attempting than bowling a short pitch set.
That's right.
You've got to bend your backs. I think the Sri Lankans have done that pretty well. When they're going to bowl short at the West Indies, they really bang it in. You know, we have not seen that from the West Indian bowlers. The ball is not getting up to the around the ears of the batters.
Well,
it's just around somewhere of maybe chest height or even below sometimes.
So you like chin music?
Yeah.
You like it going towards the helmet area. Here is Shamar Joseph. Let's see what he likes. Good delivery. Chandimal goes back and he plays it out into the cover region. And so one on that occasion, King fields, and the score remains on, in fact, is now 45 for 3. Sri Lanka at the end of Shamar Joseph's first over. He just conceded a run. But I think here is a quiet period, a consolidatory period for the men from the Asian continent. But it's a period in which the West Indies would be searching for more success. I think the aim would be to see if they can dismiss the Sri Lankans by the end of the day so that there would not be a 5th day, Dave Joseph.
Yeah, I'd rather see Seals bowling from over the wicket. And as we have been saying all game long, bowl a few to the wicket keeper. And Seals bowls at very good away swingers to the right hander, which will be an in swinger to the left hander. And then you look to dart that one back in and look to chop him like before.
This time he comes, a good one, but Kamendo Mendes pulled away. He was tempted at first. He gave the impression he was going to drive. And at the last moment, he raised the bat above the shoulder to ensure that he is safe.
Well, he will have to look to play set because he knows that the young West Indian fast bowler is capable of getting that ball to leave the right hander, which is going to come back to him as a left-hander. So he must look to play. But what he needs to do is to go from over the wicket and slide it across him and then let him leave alone a few and then duck it back.
Here is Seals comes in. Mendes leaves it alone again, taken by Josh De Silva, who enjoys the carpet here, rolls over and throws it to John Campbell at first slip. Campbell robs the ball, trying to support the bowler by keeping one side shine and the other one shaded so that he can aid the bowler with the swing of the delivery. When we look at the day split so far, the first day, the Sri Lankans who were sent in, they scored 308. And that was the first day. We had 10 wickets in the first day. Here is Seals, comes in once again to Mendes. Mendes allows the ball to go through. And then in the second day, 271 for 5. The West Indies, who resumed overnight without scoring after facing just one over in the first. 271 for 5. So 271 runs were scored on the second day. But yesterday, 362 runs were scored for the loss of 5 wickets. It was a run feast. And Waston chased the West Indian captain, and Amir Jangu, Mr. Cool. They really batted and gave the West Indies that initiative. Good delivery from Jaden Seals, pitched and really left the left-hander. In fact, it was looked as though it was darting outside the off. He pitched it outside off, and then it came back. And good take by Josh De Silva. So they're having a good time here. The 3 slips are hoping that something will come their way. John Campbell at first, Justin Graves at second, Kavem Hodge at third, Waston Chase, the captain, is at gully. And here is Jaden Seals. Good delivery once again coming back. But for the 5th time in the over, we have seen Camindo Mendes just allowing the ball to go through. So all dot balls. He may be looking to get one straightening and perhaps or fuller length to see if he could induce the batter into a drive and perhaps get him LBW. Seals been successful this morning. Was the one who had the 2nd wicket when he had Regita caught by Hodge off his bowling for 4. Here is he coming in search of his 3rd of the innings outside the off stump, allows the ball to go through. 6 deliveries going straight through, and good response from Camindo Mendes. Jaden Seals has 2 for 13 from his 7 overs. Sri Lanka trailing on 2nd innings by 273 runs at the moment. They are 45 for 3. Chandimal on 18 and Camindo Mendes on 9. Dave?
Yeah, as I said, West Indian bowlers they'll have to look to make some more inroads quickly into this batting lineup. Let's hope that the first innings game plan or the first innings playbook can work again for the West Indies, where you had Joseph taking 2 wickets,
Yes.
in 2 balls or something like that, and that will set them on a better path. But for now, it looks pretty easy. So far, we've just seen 1 bowling change. And what's going to be important to set is that let's hoping that the captain can stagger the bowlers a bit more in terms of the fast bowler. You've got I see Seals going for a little bit longer than Roach, so that's a good thing. So you'll have them fresh and pace and the Sri Lankan batters for quite some time once you keep rotating them.
14 overs so far in this Sri Lankan 2nd innings, and Shamar Joseph is the man starting his run from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end up the slope to bowl to Chandimal. Chandimal is beaten. He would say that he played inside the line, but I think he was drawn at first to the line of the delivery just outside the off stump, and in the end he pulled the bat inside the line. Now he comes down and he takes something off the pitch, and we heard this morning that there could be 1 or 2 little cracks on the 4th day pitch. The pitch has held up well. The West Indies scoring 629 for 9 declared on the back of the consistent and solid Amir Jangu and Captain Ruston Chase. Here is Shamar Joseph getting 1, skidding through nicely, rising well towards the waist. Dennis Chandimal standing up and defending, but the ball struck high up on the bat. Look at the West Indian player. Shamar Joseph ranks among those with one of the best strike rates. He has 53 wickets. He's in his 12th test match. An average of 22.33. Strike rate is 34.64. And that is current among the current players. He is up at the top in terms of that strike rate. This one, he clips it around. The fielder comes around from fine leg. Looks like Alzari Joseph, his namesake, and fields. So a single to Chandimal. He moves to 19. The score Sri Lanka up to 46 for 3. They now trail by 272 runs with 7 wickets in hand. And we are still uncertain as to whether or not Kumara, who walked off on the 2nd day after bowling just 1 over, whether he would come out to bat. So, strike rate, we spoke about Shamar Joseph striking at 34. Every 34 deliveries, he gets a wicket. This time he's up. Full pitch delivery beats him completely and comprehensively. He was pushing forward Camindo, and that one went between bat and pad. Josh De Silva took it on the 2nd attempt. That one had some good pace on it.
Yeah, that one went through him very quickly, set. I think Shamar will think he's been very unlucky not to have hit the stumps there just now. That one was of some extra pace.
Yes. And when we do the assessment of those bowlers who have gotten over 50 wickets in Test cricket. And Shamar Joseph is number 2. In fact, it's really point something that makes a difference. It tells you that he is what you call a strike bowler. Here is he, good delivery. And the thing about Shamar Joseph, when you look at him as a strike bowler, oftentimes strike bowler may go for a lot of runs. But he has been able to not only strike well, but strike consistently well. And the bulk of his wickets are against the Australians here. He loves to see the Aussies. And what a young man. He runs in, gives it his all. In the first innings, he was really going good guns, going at an average of about 142 Ks. His slower delivery, maybe around 139. His faster one about 145. The fastest we had was a 149er from Alzari Joseph. But it's Shamar the man to man. He's bowled him. Cleans him up. He was coming forward and not playing a stroke, and the ball came back at him. Took the off stump. We were speaking about him as a strike bowler, and he struck the off stump, rocked it back. Shamar Joseph is on fire, and the West Indies taking wicket number 4. Sri Lanka reeling at 46 for 4. Dave Joseph, Shamar Joseph is smiling. Your thoughts?
Excellent stuff by Shamar Joseph. He's been right around that area set, and any little deviation, whether he's going to go in or out from the batter, is going to be some sort of trouble for the batter. He's going to bowl him if he leaves it, or he's going to take his edge if he doesn't cover up properly. And I would say excellent bowling from him. Again, West Indies in control again.
Yes, definitely in control. I think the writing has started to go on the wall. We were speaking about him, and one of the things that we did say, whereas the other bowlers will consistently give you something in one way to leave alone, you don't get much from him to leave alone. And he did his job. We're now on a break, on a refreshment break. So we'll be back.
This is Cricket on the Cut and Drive Network.
In a spot of bother, then Njaya the Silva, the man who batted well and scored 120 on first innings and shared in a partnership worth 68 runs with Dennis Chandimal, who is at the crease. And it would be interesting to see how they move forward, because while their partnership in the first innings was able to take them over the 100 mark after they were in tatters at 42 for 3, now they are 46 for 4. We saw that from Shamar Joseph, and we were speaking about the angle to the left-hander. And while he was coming from around the wicket, he was bringing the ball straight into the left-hander, really had something to deceive the batter. But here is Alzari Joseph, the other Joseph now, the enforcer. He comes in tall, lanky fast bowler. Chandimal jumps and plays that one from the crease. And you can hear the West Indies now. They have started the chirping. They are fired up. Shamar Joseph's tail was up in that over, and he was able to take the important wicket of young Kamindo Mendes, and he now will be partnering Alzari Joseph.
We are seeing Phillips on set. He's on for
so we will get to that. Here is Alzari Joseph. Comes into Chandimal, down the leg side, taken by Josh De Silva, not cleanly in the end, and they come through for a leg by, signaled by the umpire. Shamar Joseph dismissal is really an inspiring one. Angled the ball in and it straightened. There was Kamindo Mendes. I was just amazed. He thought that he had it covered. He thought it was high. He was shouldering arm. He didn't commit to a stroke. And then he lost his wicket. And now you're seeing the rotation of the strike. So then Anjaya De Silva, the Sri Lankan captain, comes in to face his first delivery from Alzari Joseph.
Yeah, it looks like seals there.
Alzari Joseph, he has 3 slips and he has a gully, a backward point, a cover, an extra cover, mid-on, and a man on the long leg boundary. Joseph comes in now, he gets one. He's getting some bounce from this track. That one again, the second delivery from him that had the batter jumping, and they're different batters. He had Chandimal jumping for the first, and on this occasion, first up then Anjaya De Silva jumping from his crease. And this has been quite a good display of fast bowling, a good display of challenge. How you challenge good batters. 3 slips and Captain Chase at gully. They are really hoping that they can come into play here. Over the wicket is Alzari Joseph to the right-hander. This time he comes forward nicely. Stays it to Brandon King at backward point. And there is no run. Jaden Seals, as you would have heard, is off the field. I think maybe just taking a nice little rest, getting some refreshment, maybe a bathroom break. And he has a man as competent as Philip. And this is Philip, a man who works so hard throughout the regional season, sniffing and wondering when his turn will come again. It's good to have that in West Indies cricket. Here is Alzari Joseph to the Sri Lankan captain. Over the wicket, steers this one once again to backward point. It was bouncing higher. He was on top of it, but not timing it well. Brandon King fields. Sun comes out nicely here once again at the Sir Viv Richards Cricket Grounds in North Sound, Antigua. Sri Lanka 47 for 4. They are definitely in despair here because they started the day 303 behind with 9 wickets in hand. Now they're 271 behind with only 6 wickets in hand. The West Indies bowlers have struck, and they have struck quickly. 2 this morning for Seals, 1 for Seals, 1 for Roach, and 1 for Shamar Joseph. Seals having 2 so far in the innings. Here is Joseph completing his first over, a maiden over for Alzari Joseph as Chandimal got on top of that one and played the ball to backward point. No run. The end of the over. Dave Joseph, it is 47 for 4. Chandimal is on 19. Then Anjaya De Silva yet to score after your comments. Denmore Roberts will continue the ball-by-ball coverage.
Yeah, we are seeing a bit of pace from Azari. He has the batsman jumping a bit, so obviously he is up this pace, and that will be interesting to see what sort of clips he's going at for the start of this spell. Let's hope he can, get a few wickets to add to his confidence, and his comeback into Test cricket.
Tends to think that he's warming up, Alzari Joseph. That first over, I expect his pace to get a lot better on himself and Shamar Joseph. Bowling in tandem, this is Shamar Joseph. Begins to move in, now he's in and bowls a quick delivery that is played away on the onside for a single. One hit the pitch hard going into the right-handed Shandimal, and he gets a run into the onside. His 20th run, 48 for 4. So we see one of the bowling coaches down there just having a word with Alzari Joseph, the West Indies. Would be happy. 4 wickets so far in the innings, 3 wickets this morning. He got the wicket yesterday of Pathu Nisanka. As this is Shamar Joseph, runs in now, goes past the umpires in, and this is a delivery that he's trying to really fire in at the right-handed batter, just losing his line, going down the leg side, taken easily by wicketkeeper Joshua Da Silva, and there is no run. 3 slips and a gully in place. He has a man at a short cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket position, and Alzari Joseph down on the long leg boundary. Shamar Joseph looking for more success. He had success in his last over. Bowling Mendes. Here we watch as he's in, and this delivery is played away into the gully region on the bounce. Tumbling to his right is Captain Ruston Chase, and there is no run. No let up by the West Indian fast bowlers for the Sri Lankan batters, and what has been a lot better, Dave, in this spell so far is that they've reduced the loose deliveries. They've bowled a lot with a lot more discipline than we saw on the first day.
Yeah, they are much more consistent with their lines than more, and that's what they're going to need to have to do in terms of getting the Sri Lankans out, and even to take West Indies cricket to a higher level. You've got to be consistent. When you come up against good teams, you've got to be very consistent. You don't want to be giving them too many boundary balls.
Yeah, because the better players of the world will really cash in on those. Shamar Joseph with a real good sprint in. And here is he striking him on the pad. There's a loud appeals out like before. That one was angled back at him and hit Dhananjaya plumb in front, and as Dave Joseph says, he literally, before the umpire raised his index finger, he started to walk, because he knew that once he had missed that one from Shamar Joseph, he was going to be in trouble. And just having a look at it again, that one, hitting him on that back pad, just about the knee roll, and easy decision, I thought, by the umpire, just raising his index finger. Dhananjaya goes back without scoring, and Shamar Joseph gets his 2nd wicket, and West Indies right on top. The Sri Lankans in trouble. They're now 48 for 5. Dhananjaya Da Silva, LBW, Shamar Joseph without scoring, and the man who made 120 in the first innings failed to trouble the scorers in the 2nd innings. Good delivery, Dave Joseph, from Shamar Joseph.
Yeah, I'm saying well bowled to Shamar Joseph. I think he has done them for pace just now. The 2 batters that he has gotten, he has done them for pace. And that's a good thing, Not going short, but going full and quick. He's really beating them for pace through the air.
And something that I was saying the first couple of deliveries, you could see that he was trying to bowl fast. He was really hitting the ball into the pitch, really trying to work up the pace, and it was good to see that Shamar Joseph is, and I like when fast bowlers run in and decide run in and bowl fast. Yep, That's why they call you a fast bowler. Just run in and try to bowl fast. And Shamar Joseph is doing just that. And he's having an inspired spell. 2 wickets for just 3 runs so far. And Dhananjaya looked back and started to walk. And then when we was having a look at it, he probably thought that he was bowled, but he was struck on the pad. And it's just say impact in line and would have mashed up or crashed into that middle stump region there. So good piece of bowling from Shamar Joseph. He's at the top of his mark. Begins to move in now. He's in and bowls to the new batter, and the batter is standing up and playing this one. Kulsal Mendes playing this one out into the offside field, into the gully region, and there is no run.
Yeah, Denmark, I've never seen anything like that. I've played a lot of cricket in that time, but I've never seen anybody walk for a leg before.
Never seen anybody walk for a leg before?
Yeah.
Dave, that one hit him on the back pad, below the knee roll, in front of the stumps. I would walk too.
Yeah, he was really done for pace.
He was done for pace. Yeah, that one
well,
was
bowl,
a quick
Shamar
delivery. I would
Joseph.
love to have seen what the pace was on that one, because that was really quick. Here is Shamar Joseph in a tossed up delivery that is driven beautifully by Kulsal Mendes for 4. It was pitched up to him and over pitched, and he just leaned forward and with a strong wrist punched it past that mid-off fielder and into the boundary for 4. Good shot by Mendes to get his innings underway. 52 for 5 at the end of Shamar Joseph's over. Shandimal is on 20. Kulsal Mendes is not out on 4.
Yeah, an excellent way to get on the way, Denmo. Textbook style. Just leaning forward and pressing it through the covers.
Really textbook style. That one was over pitched, and he gave it the treatment that it deserved. And it really went quickly, because Shamar Joseph is working up some pace. Alzari Joseph, standing at the Sir Andy Roberts end, would be hoping that his pace too can be up. He can also build up some pace and join the party, get some wickets. A few more spectators would have come in than what we had this morning, and they would have been pretty happy with the West Indies performance so far. Just an hour and 13 minutes of play by my watch, but the West Indies are right on top and all over the Sri Lankans this morning. And so the Sri Lankans, who started on 15 for 1, finding themselves now on 52 for 5. So not a lot of runs scored, but the West Indies would have taken some 4 wickets so far this morning. Alzari Joseph just standing, making sure that his fielders are in the right position. He's in now and bowls a delivery that is angled down the leg side, but it had some pace on it, and hustling quickly was Shandimal and getting his 21st run down to the fine leg region. So 1 more to Sri Lanka, 1 more to the total. Alzari Joseph in his 2nd over bowled a maiden to start. That one just started and was angling back at the right-handed batter, and he had to quickly adjust. Alzari Joseph is at his mark, looking on, just waiting, taking his time about things. Alzari Joseph, he's ready now, so he begins to move in, goes past the umpires in, and this delivery, striking the batsman on the pad. Not out, says the umpire pretty quickly. Alzari Joseph is asking Ruston Chase, and Ruston Chase is going to have a look upstairs. Alzari Joseph is pretty much interested in that one, and so they're going to take the review. The West Indies are going to have a look at it. Kulsal Mendes is indicating to his partner Shandimal, he thought that one was going down the leg side, and I'm sure the umpire agreed. The umpire agreed with him, but we'll see when we get a look at it. Alzari Joseph was very interested. This one, looks as if it was going down. Didn't come back as much as Alzari Joseph wanted to. He was shaping, but did not come back, and maybe just taking on the outer edge of the pad. Probably it's going to be umpire's call or missing. We would see no bat involved. Ultra edge is there, and think that the West Indies recognize that that one might have been going down. They've seen it on the screen. They're heading back to their marks, and we're just waiting for the ball tracker. Oh, they've already made the decision of not out. Umpire is still having a look, just still waiting, but the West Indians, they're now going to ball tracking. Yeah, impact wickets missing. So that one looked as if he just pushed it a little bit towards the leg side, so the West Indies would lose the review on that occasion. But he had to have a look. He thought that it looked as if it was shaping back a little bit in our eyes, but it was pushed towards leg side. But again, good pace by Alzari Joseph. He's back at his mark. 2 slips and a gully in place. He's in and outside the line of the off stump. The batter pushes that left leg, Kulsal Mendes, at it and just allows it to go by, raises the bat, allows it to go by into the gloves of wicketkeeper Joshua Da Silva, and there's no run. So tell the field for Alzari Joseph. He has 2 slips and a gully. He has a man at backward point. Cover is short. Mid-off. Mid-on is short and wide. And we also have that man who earlier was at short leg. He's moved now to forward of square next to the umpire. And the man down on the long leg boundary. Alzari Joseph sprints in, goes past the umpires in. And this one is hitting the edge of the batsman going into the gully region. Shout of no. And there is no run. 53 for 5. 53 for 5. Alzari Joseph. Just a single from his bowling so far. He's into his second over. Young fast bowler from All Saints. I think he comes from Osborne in All Saints. Next to the J.T. Ambrose, east of the J.T. Ambrose School. And his grandmother, I'll tell you later, Dave, he was this delivery outside the line of the off stump. His grandmother, Eileen, used to save our lives. She used to sell chicken outside of the All Saints Secondary School, and we were forbidden from going outside to buy from her, and we had to find ways. So she came up to the fence, and we bought it through the fence. And some days we owed her. I wonder how much I still owe her. You know, this is something you trust. And then because you're young and she loves you, you forget that you didn't pay her.
Trust and no
Trust
pay.
and no pay. We watch as Alzari Joseph comes in and bowls a short of a length delivery, not fully of pace, and getting in line easily is Kulsal Mendison playing this one out into the offside field, and there is no run. End of the over. 53 for 5. Kulsal is on 4 and Shandimal on 21.
Yeah, then they're going along pretty nice and easy, the West Indies. I think the field placement is actually in a better position here now. I'm seeing that they've been placed some good positions for the fielders in terms of giving Alzari that opportunity to bowl where he wants to bowl, whether he's want to bowl straight at the stumps or he's going to vary, whether he's going to bowl a short ball, there's a man in place, or he's going to bowl outside the half stump. You've got 2-3 slips in place and a man at short extra cover. And I think that's a very good field placement that they could probably continue with.
So good field placement this morning, and we spoke about the fact that how important the captaincy is going to be if West Indies is going to ramp home the advantage. Shamal Joseph, who is really bowling quickly, comes in with a quick delivery. The right-handed Shandimal is playing this one on the onside, but the ball rushed into the bat there from Shamal Joseph, and he continues to hit the pitch very hard. Shamal Joseph, that one really came up, made a little bit of height into the bat of Shandimal. No run. He's faced 34 deliveries for his 21. Shandimal. Shamal Joseph's fastest delivery has been 146.3. And Seals bowled the fastest one, 147.8. Here is Shamal Joseph is up to the batsman. He's going to get a single as he drives it out to that mid-on region. Doesn't go very quickly to the tumbling Kimar Roach at that mid-on position. And yeah, so we're just looking again at the speeds of the West Indians. Kimar Roach is down at 131.7, his fastest delivery. But Jaden Seals 147.8, so he really has put in some effort into, and we saw it yesterday, especially yesterday, when he had that inspired spell when he knocked off Nisanka. He was really bowling quickly. Here is Shamar Joseph in, and just pulling out at that last minute is Kulsal Mendes, when Shamar Joseph was literally in his delivery stride. Not sure what happened behind the bowler's arm, and it's always when the bowlers get into that type of position to pull out, sometimes it's a little bit difficult. So Shamar Joseph would not have been pleased with that, because those times sometimes can cause injury, because you're already in to your delivery stride and looking, and the batter just pulling away at that last moment. Not pleased with something there. Maybe somebody was still talking, just distracted the batter. West Indies has been a little bit more lively today in the field than we saw on the first day. Here is Shamar Joseph in, and this delivery is bringing Kulsal forward, playing defensively once more to another quick delivery, and 146 almost kph from Shamar Joseph, and there is no run. Terry Laraji has come back alongside me. Terry Laraji, have you been impressed with the West Indies bowling so far this morning?
Good morning, Denmore. Good morning to all our listeners. Yes, I've been very impressed, especially with this boy here, Shamar Joseph. He looks in fantastic rhythm.
He's bowling very quickly. Here is Shamar Joseph, runs in and bowls.
Oh.
This delivery has the batter literally taking evasive action, as that one again just reared back towards the right-handed batman from good length. And Shamar Joseph continues to bowl very quickly, and there are fans out there that think they know Shamar Joseph's bowling quite a bit. There's one fan, our friends from Guyana, who listen to us on 107. Let me tell you where they listen to us on 103.1 over there in Guyana. We say good morning to all the folks who are listening. Another delivery outside the line of the off stump from Shamar Joseph. This time he's allowed to go into the gloves of wicketkeeper De Silva, who takes it above his waistline. So Shamar Joseph continues to work up that pace. And our friends are saying this morning, field placements for Shamar Joseph. So they're trying to captain the side from Guyana. Set. He says, important, a deep fine leg and a deep backward square. So they're saying that to give him the opportunity to can bowl that short ball. Here is Shamar Joseph, who is really in good rhythm, runs in and bowls, beating the batsman outside the line of the off stump. That one that touched down, and Kulsal Mendes playing at it and is beaten outside the line of the off stump into the gloves of the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. 54 for 5. The score is Shamar Joseph 2 wickets for 8 runs so far after his 4 overs.
He's just in a terrific zone, though, Denmore. The rhythm's there, the pace is up, and he's locked in, bringing the stumps into play. He's got the ability to move it both ways. Just a tremendous sight to see. They say they're a bit more lively in the field. They'd need to be, wouldn't they, the way they finished off yesterday and then picking up 4 wickets this morning.
We're hearing a lot more talk than we did on day number 1.
Exactly.
Remember, at one point we were saying that the West Indies were very quiet, almost just waiting for something to happen. Mm-hmm. Alzari Joseph with the ball in hand comes in from the Sir Andy Roberts end, and he's getting a delivery that is rising at the right-handed Shandimal. Shandimal plays it defensively into the offside field, and there is no run. So our captain in Guyana says he needs orthodox 3 slips: mid-off, long on, cover, and mid-wicket. Joseph attacks the stumps, and if he strays slightly on the leg, he has deep fine leg and deep square to protect. So that's our Guyanese captain there, who's trying
Fair
to set
enough.
the field for Shamar
For his
Joseph.
countrymen.
Yep, from all the way down there in Guyana. Here we watch as Alzari Joseph is getting one that peels off the edge of the bat and runs down to the third man boundary. Should run into the boundary for 4. It was an involuntary stroke from Dennis Shandimal. It was right up to him. He was playing with the defensive bat, and the ball hit the edge and just runs out into that third man region through the slip cordon and down to the boundary for 4. So involuntary shot, 4 runs. Alzari Joseph with a smile on his face after that one, because he knew he would have beaten Shandimal there with pace, but the edge found, but it went all along the ground down to the third man region for 4 runs. So still 2 slips in a gully for Alzari Joseph. There's a man at backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, a man forward of square, and a man down on the long leg boundary. Alzari Joseph will try once more. Runs in, goes past the umpire, is in, and this one is flicked away into the square leg region. The man down at the long leg position, that looks to be Shamar Joseph, who we were speaking about, just comes around, has a good strong throw that pulls Joshua De Silva away from the stumps, and they come through for a single. We also want to say good morning to our regular listener, Basil Morgan, over there in Montserrat, who's telling me that please note that in 1972, one Lawrence George Rowe made his debut versus New Zealand in Jamaica in the first test. He made 214 in the first innings and 100 not out in the second innings. Here we watch as Alzari Joseph is in, another delivery that is rising at the relatively short Kulsal Mendes. He's playing it defensively out into the offside field, and there is no run. So some fans are in, a few more are still coming in, and they're hoping for a good day's cricket here at the Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Grounds, as it is officially called. We call it the stadium here in Antigua and Barbuda, Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It's a magnificent facility, really picturesque and beautiful, and I have many enemies in Antigua and Barbuda, Seth, because I maintain the opinion this delivery from Alzari Joseph is bringing the batter Kulsal forward, playing it defensively. I maintain that it needs to be used more. We can't just let it be used when we have test matches. We have to find ways to use it for other sports and other activities, and just it's just a beautiful place. And I think that when we have anything major, football, cricket, whatever it is that can be used on this beautiful facility, I think that the Antiguans should have the benefit of watching those sports in comfort. You also feel that our young upcoming cricketers, is a delivery from Alzari Joseph outside the line of the off stump, should get the opportunity to use some of the facilities here, the nets and the other stuff that goes along with it. At the end of Alzari Joseph's over, he's had none for 6 so far from his 3, 59 for 5. Kulsal Mendes is on 4. Then Shandimal, he is on 27, and the Sri Lankans continue to be in a spot of bother, and they're hoping that they can get a partnership that will really bring some parity to their innings. Seth Burton is standing by. He takes a sip of his water as he's going to be coming in next. You're going to hear that sweet melodic voice that he carries with him. He's coming alongside.
The dulcet tones.
Huh?
The dulcet tones.
Have you ever heard Seth Burton sing?
No,
He sings,
I can't say I have.
He sings sometimes with a quartet, and the last time I saw him, it was 5 of you, was it?
I'll give it another hour or so. We'll be singing the
I saw them singing at the late Haynes Brown's funeral, and he has a nice alto voice. Here we watch as Shamar Joseph starts a new over. His first delivery is played defensively. Is it the alto you sing, Seth, or the soprano? The lead tenor. He says he's the lead tenor. Right? I'm talking out his business here. And I'm his manager, so if you want to hire the group, you... But Shamar Joseph is in good rhythm today.
Excellent.
You can see that he's in good. When he's running in, he looks good and he's hitting the pitch really hard. That is what I am most impressed with. The fact that he's absolutely bowling the ball into the pitch. He's really trying to work up the pace, and they're just making sure that some adjustment. I think maybe one or two persons might be just sitting in some locations that the batter might just be seeing him out of the corner of his eye. Shamar Joseph is ready. Once more he's in and he's bowling a short delivery that is pulled away into the square leg region for 4. He banged it in and he was looking for it. Was the right-handed Dinesh Chandimal. He just pivoted and pulled it into the backward square leg region for 4 runs.
Top shot then Moy did try to overhit it, just use the pace of the ball from Shamar. Played it very well. He continues to battle away this Chandimal.
Yep, he banged that one into the pitch. Didn't get it up maybe as high as he wanted it to be. And the batter was equal to the task. And the umpires are just indicating that somebody is there's still a little bit of a bother. They're just trying to make sure that whatever the situation is, that is sorted out. It's sorted now. Shamar Joseph begins. Sprints in, goes past the umpire, and this is a better delivery. Short of a length, but just shaping towards the off stump and getting in line and playing it defensively is Dinesh Chandimal. He's on 31 and there is no run. So he's bowling from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, which is the northern end here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, those who know it. He's running away from where we are in the commentary box. We're high up on the 3rd floor in the northern section. And we've seen some balls hit, especially in T20, coming in this direction. It's the delivery. He's pulling out of it, and they're going to get a direct hit. And they might get an overthrow or 2 as that ball hit the stumps, and they're coming back. But I think he might have.
I think he might have made it.
But he might have been
they'd
in.
have to
They
have a
might
look,
just
though,
have
wouldn't
a look. Yep, the umpire is just saying, let's have a look at it. They've come through for 3 runs, but there was a direct hit at the wicketkeeper's end, and we'll see what happens.
Good fielding by Chase, but
Yeah, he just
in.
about got in. Just about sliding the bat in. Yep. Good cricket as well there from the runner, doing the approved manner in pushing that bat ahead and sliding it in as it would have been taught to you when you were growing up, that when you go down, you slide the bat into the crease ahead of you just to give you that additional yard. And so 3 runs to the Sri Lankans with the 2 additional for the overthrow or the deflection, the ball ricocheting off of the stumps and going down into the deep mid-wicket region. So 34 is Chandimal Kulsal, who is on strike now. He's on 4, faces Shamar Joseph. 66 for 5. Here is Joseph in, and the delivery that is pitched up to the right-handed player, and he's going to get 2 as it was Roach who just had a little bit of a lazy effort to his right, put his hand down, didn't pick the ball up cleanly, and allowed the batters to rush back for 2 more runs. 68 for 5 with 1 delivery to go in over number 21.
Yeah, it was a bit lazy there by Kemar Roach, but Shamar Joseph too, if he had got back to the stumps there was another chance for a run out.
Certainly. So Joseph is with the ball in his hand. The lead is now 250. So Sri Lankan still with some work to do here with Shamar Joseph on the line of the leg stump and is driven out into the mid-on region. Is running pretty close to the boundary. Roach picks it up just before the boundary.
Better effort.
Kulsal wanted 3, but he had to stay in his crease. Just 270 for 5 at the end of that over. After more thoughts from you, Terry Laraji, Seth Burton.
Yeah, good top 5 overs spouted there by Shamar Joseph. I think he's looking for a bit of a rest now, but he brilliant rhythm, control, and extreme pace, Seth, this morning. Going through the Sri Lanka top order.
Not only extreme pace, Terry, but consistently so. He was
Exactly.
just at it. And I think Shamar Joseph may have dispelled the theory that we had. We want to see the ball banged into the pitch. But when he was full, he was virtually unplayable. He was skidding through, good carry,
Stump to
everything,
stump.
stump
Yep.
to stump. Once he decided on going short, it was easy for Chandimal. So perhaps that may have been a work in progress, a discussion with Ravi Rampal, Darren Sammy, and the rest of the coaching staff. But with Shamar Joseph, he enjoys the bowling. You see the smiles, you see the enthusiasm in his run-up, and he really hits the deck hard. Alzari Joseph now, his namesake and co-partner, comes in for his 4th over. Chandimal withdraws. I'm not quite sure what was going wrong there. Alzari's not happy.
I think Kusal Mendes down the non-strikers then dropped his bat.
Well, and yes, they came down, they said, but Alzari wasn't happy because when you're in the stride as a fast bowler and you're coming in full throttle, look at him. He was really striding in well, had jumped, deliver, and then, oh yes, Kusal's bat was dropped at the non-striker's end and Joseph just steered. Really hard steer. When you get it from Alzari Joseph, you know it's a serious steer. A very cool youngster, an outstanding youngster, someone we are just so proud of. All the West Indian bowlers, but all would have their story. Here is Alzari Joseph, the man from All Saints, Antigua. Speeds in now. That one rushed him a bit. He got in the line, Chandimal, in the end, and tucked it off to the short backward of square position. Jaden Seeds fields and a single. So Chandimal has almost half of the Sri Lankan runs. He is 35. And the score is 71 for 5. And he has really batted well. Looked untroubled. He had a few short ones from Alzari Joseph jabbing on the glove. But nevertheless, he's riding the storm well. Kusal Mendes, like him, is also an experienced batter. Also has 10 centuries. Well, he has 10 centuries. So Sri Lanka, all is not lost for them. Can the experience hold out here? Kusal Mendes, the wicketkeeper, bat and the former captain, over 4,700 runs, 10 hundreds and 24 half centuries. Will it come to be here as he faces Alzari Joseph? Gets a good one. Good probing length from Alzari Joseph. This one went through for Josh De Silva.
The good thing, seeing Alzari come back after almost 12 months off with a very serious injury, lower back injuries for fast bowlers. It hasn't affected, or hasn't seemed to affect his speeds. His speeds are still
good. In
very
fact,
good.
He has the best average speed of the fast bowlers in this innings. And in the match itself, Jaden Seeds may have clocked the 147.8. His highest 1.40. Here is Alzari. Comes in now, a good one. Back and then coming forward is Kusal Mendes. This is a critical period because we're just going up to lunch, and lunch time would be in 20 minutes. Many things can happen before lunch. That's a long time.
Well, they wouldn't want to lose any more, but I think the critical period was the first session.
Yes,
though.
an excellent first session for the West Indies.
Yeah, to lose 4 wickets.
Yes. That first
if they weren't a long way behind the 8 ball at the start of play, they certainly are now.
And to refresh your memories, Sri Lanka, they were overnight on 15 for 1, and they lost the wicket without a run and an additional run. Then within 4 runs, they lost the second. Alzari Joseph outside the off stump. Once again, good probing line. And we're seeing a good response though from this pair. They are trying to fight. They have come to a very difficult period, to be clear. The partnership of 23
Yeah,
may seem
backing
minor,
up.
but they have really come through a battle, a storm with Shamar Joseph from this end and Alzari Joseph from that end. It has been really testing fast bowling.
Most definitely. And, you know, they got to keep in mind that back-to-back test matches at the same venue, so
And that's critical. Overcast conditions. Drizzle has started here. Zalzari.
wow.
He's leaving that one alone, and that one pitched and came back. The storm continues here. Kusal Mendes is stunned. He's still looking at the umpire. He's looking
he's
at.
looking at the pitch.
Cannot reveal.
Well, what he should have been
He's
looking
still
for, he didn't
standing
see
there.
it.
Unbelievable stuff from Alzari Joseph. A sharp one outside the house, but it cut back sharp. And what a delivery! A quick one here. And you saw it. He was once
Top
again
of
the
off.
second batter, being bowled shoulder and arm, the same way in which the captain went. Then Njaya De Silva, looking. Yes, in fact, the other Mendes had the same problem, playing and not, and withdrawing from Shamar Joseph. Alzari Joseph strikes as the rain starts here and as the
Covers
being called
coming
on at this stage. A good time to strike. It is. Sri Lanka, they are really reeling at 71 for 6. What a way to go, Terry.
Beautiful delivery, though, by Alzari Joseph. It was quick. Come back into the right-hander, Kusal Mendes, and that's where you want them. Crashing into the top of off stump. And Sri Lanka lose their 5th in the session.
Yes, Terry, we had a situation here where the West Indies would have batted virtually all day yesterday. They would have batted for half of Friday. And then, in fact, not
Well,
only
they batted
half,
2
the
days.
entire day, Friday.
Yeah, they batted
Because it
2
was just
days.
an over prior. Scoring 626. Sri Lanka having a challenge of 318 runs, and you would have expected with the quality players in the Sri Lankan attack, Nisanka coming down, both Mendes, the captain, De Silva coming down, Chandimal, you'd have expected some real resistance. But the story that we want to tell you is that this West Indies fast bowling attack has really been charging up. And they look good from the time Jaden Seals took Nisanka on day 3. They didn't look back. Then Roach striking again, getting Wadaska for LBW. Then Jaden Seals having his wicket. It just kept coming. And then Shamar Joseph with Kamindu Mendes not playing a stroke, being bowled, and then he came back again, Shamar Joseph. Oh, pure LBW for the captain, Dhananjaya De Silva, and then Alzari Joseph taking out Kusal Mendes. It has been, and it must be the story of the day. The excellent fast bowling of this West Indian pace attack. 2 players being bowled, not playing strokes. You don't see that often. You may see 1, but you don't see 2 within a 10-over period.
But as you all know, those set pace does funny things to batsmen, right? And it puts funny decisions in their head. Should they play? Should they not play? Should they leave? Should they not leave? I can tell you that the sun has returned here to Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, so the delay won't be too much longer in play. But these guys, this quartet, or the 5 seamers in this match, if you add Graves in as a bowling all-rounder or batting all-rounder, but this group is not only quality, but they have the belief in themselves.
That's
For
important.
the last 2 seasons, they've been troubling the world.
Yes,
you know,
that is.
from
Including the
Australia down.
Australians,
Exactly.
including the
Australia
English,
barely
including
scored.
the News. Yes.
It was only that the batting let West Indies down in that series. So
Well, the batting
as much as
has done well so far in this series.
in this one, But as much as you say about Sri Lanka, and they've got quality players, and they put up resistance and everything, this is a genuine good, or if not very good, attack that the West Indies have formed over the last couple of seasons.
Okay, so just to recap, as the umpires are back out, they're putting back on the bails. Just the strip cover came on temporarily. We are back with the blazing sunshine here at the Sir Viv Richards ground. Just to recap what transpired during the day. I remember the Sri Lankans, they were really put out yesterday by the excellence of Captain Waston Chase with his 194, and the man, the cool, calm, selective left-hander from Trinidad, and Django with his 233. I call him Mr. Double Hundred because he just loved double hundreds. He already has 3 first-class double hundreds. One in his second test match. You must respect him. After that, being steamrolled by that excellent batting pair, the Sri Lankans, they had their chance of facing 4 overs yesterday, and they were 1 for 15, so they came in this morning. The critical thing was that the key wicket that they lost, Patum Nisanka, their top-notch opening bat, they had lost him for 3 yesterday at 1 for 8. But then today, immediately this morning, in fact in the first over of the morning and Kimar Roach's 4th ball of the day, they lost Nishan Madasha, LBW to Roach for 2. It was 15 for 2, and that second wicket falling 4.4 overs of the innings. But then we saw more action because Kasun Rajita, the overnight, who was overnight on 4, the night watchman, he then was bowled by Shamar Joseph, Then it was 3 for 9. Then we had the 4th wicket, Kaminda Mendes, who was bowled by Shamar Joseph for 9, 4 for 46. And then we had the silver, LBW to Joseph, 48 for 5. And then Alzari Joseph coming in the midst to take wicket number 6, which was the beauty that took us into into that rain break. And that wicket was an important wicket because when you had a man like Kusal Mendes there, the wicket-keeper bat, he had to be troubled. Alzari Joseph comes in now with another one, pitched up Yorker length delivery just after rain break, driven on this occasion by Dinusha. The left-handed opener played the ball up to mid-off. That completes the over. So the only man standing here, Terry, is Dennis Chandimal, the veteran, on 35. But if you were to look at the other scores, it would seem like a phone number because no other batter has gotten into double figures. No. We have 324. That's the first number, 908. So where are you? Are you in the Caribbean or are you in Sri Lanka? Not familiar with this sort of area code. So we're hoping that this pair can rescue Sri Lanka and put up a fight, because the spectators have come out expecting a whole day to relax and to watch the game.
Well, what they come out to expect a West Indies victory.
Certainly.
They'll take it at any time.
So,
Kimar Roach back into the attack.
He's back in the attack. Kimar Roach having 1 for 26. He comes in now, replacing Shamar Joseph, coming forward comfortably. Dennis Chandimal plays the ball to mid-on, and there is no run. Jayden Seals, 2 for 13 from his 7 overs. He had 1 maiden. Shamar Joseph really on fire this morning. 5 overs, no maiden, 2 for 19. And Alzari Joseph also stepping up the pace under 5. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 7. So Kimar Roach, who is close to a landmark, wants to get to 300. Here he comes. Over the wicket. Chandimal drives back past the ball. A good stop by Kimar Roach in his follow through, just putting out the left hand and allow the ball to deflect to Shamar Joseph, who rubs the ball hard on his right thigh. Really wants to keep the ball fresh.
The other impressive thing about how the West Indies bowlers have gone about their business this morning was started by Roach, backed up by Seals. Shamar comes on, backed up by Alzari. They're backing each other up and working as a group.
It's like a wolf pack. Mm-hmm. Here is this time Chanderman goes back and cuts this one down to backward point, but will not get the boundary. A big chase by Amir Django sends the return in. Chanderman moves on, and he's definitely a soldier. Moves on to 37, and moving on to 37 to score up to 73. So he has gotten just more than half of the score, and the West Indies would be really happy with this day's play. You mentioned that it's the same venue. Both
Next week.
games will be played next week. There will be a 3-day gap between both games. Well, if we
Say
finish
it's
today,
4.
well, you're a prophet. I am not. So I know we have a 5-day test match before us, and so it would be interesting to see which of the pitches on the square will be used for that. Here is Kimar Roach. This one is steered once again by Chandimal. He stands alone, and they're coming back for a second. He has a long way to cover, but in the end, the ball was not picked up. Is it Django on the
Yeah.
backward point? In the end, sent the return in, and he gets 2. He moves to 39, and the score up to 75 for 6. So if you have just joined us, Sri Lanka overnight, trading by 303, they won 15 for 1. They are not just tottering, but they're in a deep hole. They
And
have
also,
lost 5 wickets this morning
and also we don't
for
know
50
if,
runs.
Yeah, and also we don't know if Kumara will be able
Will be
to
batting.
bat. So it could be only 3 wickets that West Indies require for victory.
Roach comes in, and Dennis Chandimal, the most senior of the Sri Lankan batters, stands firm. He looked well, batted assuredly in the first innings for his 54. And he may just be saying he needed Kusal Mendes to stay around. He needed Dhananjaya, his captain, to stay around, who batted brilliantly on the first innings for 120. He may be saying, I expected Nisanka, the man whom we saw a few years ago and were just blown away by his technique and his
Most definitely.
capacity to bat. This time Roach comes in, a good one, but Chandimal was outside the off stump, and Dave Joseph speaks about the importance of getting
Good stride.
good stride in, and I think that made a difference. The over comes to an end, no run on that occasion. 4 runs coming off the over, and it is 75 for 6. 5 wickets for 60 runs from 19 overs so far this morning. The West Indies definitely large and in charge. Terry Day. The Sri Lankans are still trailing by 243 runs.
Yes, most definitely. It's been the morning that West Indies desired. They've bowled exceptionally well, and as I was saying earlier, that they bowled well in unity.
Yes.
Each bowler backing up the one that he's taking over from. That's what you want to see from a bowling group.
So Alzari Joseph, senior of the West Indies fast bowlers, he comes in around the wicket, down the leg side.
Good take.
Well done by Josh De Silva. Dinusha played a good innings. I see Terry smiling. Not sure if he's going to try to tempt me with one of his waist swingers. But I'll keep focus. I'll keep focus. You know, it's really a wonderful thing working with the team, bringing Dave Joseph on the team. And if the innings last, Jack Matthews should be back with us after lunch. But would we be crunching on food or a dismissed Sri Lankan team? Alzari Joseph. A little bit of football work after that one was played back by Dinusha. At least.
I think they might last to lunch.
And then how
It's
many
only
after?
6 minutes.
I said, you're tempting me. I'm gonna. Well, we're seeing guys shouldering arm and being bold
could
here,
be a
so
hat-trick,
I'm
maybe
trying
all
to
over this
shoulder an arm, and you're still luring me into the discussion. But Sanal Dinusha, he's in his second game only. But when you look at his first class stats, over 3,500 runs,
yes.
an average of 44 in first class cricket. And in his second game,
Sure.
he did well. Blazing shot out towards the boundary from this young Sri Lankan left-handed all-rounder gets a 4, gets off the mark, and he pushes the score up to 79 for 6, bringing down that gap. It's now, they're trailing by 239 on second innings, so it could well be a big innings defeat. Trying not to be prophetic here, but the reality is that it is not looking good for the Sri Lankans. You see Alzari Joseph and Ruston Chase having a long discussion. 2 slips are there, but I believe Chase is going to third slip. Alzari perhaps just asserting himself and saying, okay, I need some adjustment to the field. Let's try and enforce something before lunch. Alzari has 1 for 11. He's in his 5th over, 4 overs and 3 deliveries. So we have seen that change. Yes, Kavem Hodge comes from that short mid-wicket or forward of square position to a leg slip position. So interestingly, so we have 2 slips. Ruston Chase, the captain, is going at gully. And there is a backward point. There is still Seals on the long leg boundary. This time, Dinusha covers up and plays the ball up on the offside. And there is no run. Chase must be buoyed by that huge innings. Because as we were saying on Friday's last 29 games.
So important, yeah.
He really was struggling with the bat. Before that, he would have had 5 centuries and he would have had an average, a decent average.
And not only
in the
struggling with
30s
the bat set, but struggling with would he remain captain? You know, they were
leadership,
saying,
all that.
Yeah, 6
But a
months.
good reply from the tall Barbadian all-rounder.
Absolutely.
Here is Alzari Joseph coming from around the wicket. This one beats him. And he has been getting good bounce. That one was back of a length. And it was joined Dinusha forward. He was uncertain. And it came back, and good take by Josh De Silva. So we have seen the good bowling by the West Indian batters. I'm looking in the south. Dave Joseph has drawn my attention that when you look in the south and you see rain, not in the Boggy Peak area, but in the Sugarloaf area, that is close to our area, Denmore. Well, Denmore is not on. Rain coming from that area, it will go to the south, further south, but it would not threaten us here. So that is the good news. The earlier drizzle would have threatened us from the east.
But they need more than rain, don't they?
Here is Alzari Joseph, dead on stumps. Good defensive work on the part of Dinusha. Playing it back up the track. That completes Alzari Joseph's 5th over. He's still 1 for 11. Chandimal is on 39. Dinusha is on 4. Sri Lanka from an overnight position of 15 for 1. They are 79 for 6. 24 overs been bowled in the innings, and it has been all pace. The West Indian 4-prong pace attack dominating this inning so far. Remember, first day Sri Lanka scored 308. That was good on the back of the Nanjaya, the Silver Day captain, 120, and then it's Chandimal 54. The West Indians had a good bowl, but on this occasion, more than half of the batters are back in the pavilion, and they are 79 for 6 after the West Indies scored an imposing 626 for 9.
And Dinusha, he fought it out in the first innings with Dhananjaya. Looking to do the same here.
Here is Roach, comes in, played back up the track. An interesting innovation, and that is what we want to see from Ruston Chase. He has this 2-slip, and he himself has now come to a very short mid-off position, almost on the pitch, very straight, and he has Kavem Hodge at a very short mid-wicket position, along with the 2 slips. Then you see the cover, then you see the mid-on and the mid-off, and the only person on the boundary is that fielder down at long leg. So in fact it's Brandon King at short mid-wicket, Kavem Hodge on the long leg boundary. Good delivery from Roach. So you want to see that
innovation.
Yes, from the captain.
For sure.
Perhaps after that discussion with Alzari Joseph, the previous over, was saying, we need some enforcement here. They're just going to lunch. It's almost lunchtime. And it's good to see that collaboration between captain and bowler, and now Ruston Chase himself, and now he's bringing Shamar Joseph to his left. So this is likely to be our final over before lunch. Kimar Roach, 1 for 30, comes into Chandimal. Chandimal works it around, gets, in fact, the fielder from fine leg comes around. That's Alzari Joseph. He gets a single, and the score moves to 80 for 6. Chandimal moves to 40. exactly half of the runs. He won't mind. No ball signal by the umpire. So Kemar Roach once again overstepping. And
Pretty big
Yes.
no ball, that one.
definitely a big no ball.
Two or three times this morning he's overstepped.
He's had definitely a good bowl. He must be thinking about that 300.
Coming round the wicket to the left-hander. Now we got two gullies.
Here is Roach. Dinusha comes forward. Looks so assured. Young batter. He showed
He's
that
played
temper.
well. He's had a good game.
Yes.
And
Showed
to
that
bowl
temper.
that amount of overs, I know it's 2 for 230 odd, but 50 odd, excuse me, 50 odd overs. I'm sure coming into the match, he wouldn't have dreamt of bowling, even
That's
half
of
the
that.
amount of
He scored
those
43
overs.
on first innings. Batted well in that critical partnership
Partnership,
with his
yeah.
captain. Now he's called upon to bat again. That's what cricket is about. Roach comes in and he bowls to Dinusha. Dinusha is beaten by a good delivery. He was drawn into the defensive stroke and was about to pull away that one. Left him and went between bat and pad, taken by Justice Silva. He needs to be mindful when he saw how two of his senior batters got out.
Then he must play the ball, but at least he
Precisely.
did.
He did. But he was trying to pull away at the last moment and it could have been danger.
He's still getting some good movement though, Roach.
Yes, really good cricket conditions here at Saviv. Kemar Roach runs in. Dinusha covers up and plays the ball back up the track. I reckon one delivery remaining before lunch. Remind you that Sri Lanka, overnight, they really thought, they already sensed that they were in trouble. They were 15 for 1 with a deficit of 318 at the start of the innings, resumed with a deficit of 303. They only had Nisanka back in the pavilion. Now 5 others are in the pavilion. He comes forward, plays the ball out to Seals. That is lunch on the 4th day, with Sri Lanka trailing by 237 runs, Terry Laraji. They would have lost 5 wickets in the session. 5 wickets, Terry, is pretty much.
66.
Yes, for 66 runs. That would have been one that they did not expect. 21 overs being bowled in the innings. The only man who stands alone is Dennis Chandramal on 40. Dinusha is showing some resilience. He is on 4. But it has been a pace fest, a display of good, excellent fast bowling by the combination of Kemar Roach, Jaden Seals, Alzari Joseph, and Shamar Joseph. Those last two really enforce a dominant position for the West Indies after the start by Seals and Roach.
Absolutely, Seth, and they've backed each other up very well, the 4 pacemen from the West Indies, and they've been a lot more consistent. The pace has been good. They've kept the pace up. They've got movement, and they're all over Sri Lanka like a rush at lunch on day 4. Huge responsibility for the 2 at the crease at the moment. The game is obviously gone for Sri Lanka. They can draw it, but even drawing it, you're looking at 5 sessions, basically, to bat out 5 sessions. The first session has not gone well. When you lose 5 wickets in a session, you know you're in trouble.
No, you're in trouble, and they're definitely in trouble. Apart from Chandimal's 40, as we would have said, all the other batters, single-digit performances. But we have seen for the West Indian bowlers, just to remind you, Kemar Roach 1 for 32. Jaden Seals 2 for 13, and that's from 7. Kemar Roach had 8 overs. Shamar Joseph, the one who really bent his back and charged in at the beginning, 2 for 19, and then he was supported by Alzari Joseph, who was also steaming in. He was the 4th of the West Indian bowler to have made his appearance. 1 for 11 from 5 overs. It has been A wonderful display by the West Indies. 5 wickets this morning, this session, for 66 runs. Sri Lanka trailing on second innings by 237 with only 4 wickets in hand. We will be delighted when you rejoin us in half an hour after the luncheon session for more coverage.
This is Cricket on the Cut and Drive Network. Drive Network.
And we're just standing by here at Sir Vivian Richards Cricket Grounds for coverage of the match after the luncheon interval, day number 4. A morning in which the West Indies has had a wonderful morning in terms of wickets. Sri Lankans scoring only 66 runs in the first session, but importantly the West Indies taking 5 wickets. So the Sri Lankans went in at lunch at 81 for 6, Shandimal on 40 not out, and Dinusha on 4 not out at the luncheon interval. And the Sri Lankans, they lost wickets at regular intervals during the morning's play, and it came behind some really good, consistent, fast bowling. And we use the word fast because it was at times some really good, fast bowling from. We saw Shamar Joseph, who seemed to have been in a good rhythm. Jaden Seals started very well this morning. Roach too, and Alzari Joseph. So the 4-prong that was picked by the West Indies, they would have been very effective this morning. Madushka was LBW. Kimar Roach for 2. Rajitha, the overnight watchman, he was caught off the first delivery that he faced from Jaden Seals by Hodge at slip. Very good catch by Hodge at slip for 4. Dennis Shandimal, as we said, he's not out there on 40. Kamindu Mendes was bowled by Shamar Joseph, not offering a stroke, and he had made 9. Dhananjaya de Silva, almost we could say walk when he was LBW, was struck on that back pad in front of middle stump from a quick Shamar Joseph delivery. And Kulsal Mendes, the last man to go, bowled, not offering a stroke, from one that cut back from Alzari Joseph, and he had made 8. Sonal Dinusha came out, he's on 4 not out. Dave Joseph is back alongside me. Dave, what about that bowling display this morning from the West Indies?
Yeah, very good display of fast bowling from the West Indies today. I thought that, I'm thinking that the pitch is actually playing much quicker than it did in the first couple of days. Then more, so that's something of note. I don't know if it's the West Indies bowlers are actually putting more effort into the bowling. But it looks a bit quicker to me today than it did in the first innings, than the first innings for the Sri Lankans.
Yeah, it's a lot quicker. It's playing a lot quicker, and the West Indies bowlers are actually putting in a lot of effort as well. And the Sri Lankans, they're going to need to bat well if they're going to survive. Then Shandimal, though he's looked good for his 40 runs so far, he's stood up there, and he's hoping that Dinusha can stay with him and they can put together a partnership. Jaden Seals looks as if he's going to be the one that starts after lunch for the West Indies from the Sir Andy Roberts end. One of the things, though, that I would have loved to have seen is Jaden Seals get a couple of overs from this end, the opposite end, but he's coming in now from the Sir Andy Roberts end. His first delivery after lunch is outside the line of the off stump to Shandimal, who raises the bat, allows it to go by into the gloves of the wicket keeper, and there is no run. So that first delivery just registered at 132.6 kph, so not up to the pace that we've seen. He's listed as bowling the fastest delivery so far from the West Indies, 147.8 for a Jaden Seals delivery. Alzari Joseph is up there too at 147, and Shamar Joseph at 146, just around 90 odd miles per hour for those of you who would look at miles per hour. So good quick bowling by the West Indies bowlers. 2 slips go down as Jaden Seals is in, and he's driving and missing. Outside the line of the off stump is Shandimal. Full pitch delivery, looking to tempt him into that drive, but just shaping away from him, and he really went at that one, didn't make contact into the gloves of wicket-keeper Joshua De Silva, and no run.
Yeah, speaking about ends then more in terms of the bowlers, that's going to be the best end for Jaden Seals. Looking to take the ball away from the right-hander with the strong breeze or stiff breeze coming across the ground.
Very stiff breeze blowing across the ground as Seals begins to running now. Here we see in, and this is played defensively into the offside field, and there's no. The reason why I'm suggesting some from this end, during the regional tournament, we saw him bowl from this end and was very successful, especially in one of the matches against the Leeward Islands. He was really effective coming from this end, and even in the finals, a lot of the pressure that he had, he was bowling coming from the circularly Ambrose end. But with that reason, the way that he's getting the ball to shape away, he's bowling from the opposite end as this delivery is bringing Shandimal forward, playing it defensively again up the offside, and there is no run. So 2 slips in place and a gully. There's a man at backward point, but he's not on the boundary as we would have been seen recently. And there is a man patrolling the covers, a mid-off, mid-on, and of course a man forward of square. Most maybe we can see a mid-wicket position, and then very wide down at long leg we have a fielder on the boundary. Here is a delivery that is driven out to the mid-off fielder, but it pulls him to his left, and so they're able to rush through for a single, not timing it very well. Shandimal was going into a drive and not timing it, but the ball went to the left of Alzari Joseph, and he's able to come through for a single. 82 for 6 is the total. 2 for 14 so far. Jaden Season is into his 8th over of the game, or of this innings. 82 for 60. Remember that the Sri Lankans need to clear 318 if they're going to ask the West Indies to bat again. So they're some ways away from that scenario, and the West Indies will be hoping that they can finish the Sri Lankans off, but they're going to need to continue to bowl in tandem and bowl in a pack, as a pack, and continue to attack the Sri Lankans, because you think that after the Nusha, we're going to be into the bowlers to come. End of the over has come up from Jaden Seals with a dot delivery. At the end of it, 82 for 6. Dinusha on 4, Shandimal on 41.
Yeah, speaking about Jaden Seals, you want to see him coming from this end. Then I would like to see Roach coming from the opposite end. You know, bowling a few to the wicketkeeper and then darting that ball back into the right, and that he does so well. So with the stiff breeze, he might get one to straighten to, and you'll probably have some edge being in juice and going towards the slips of the wicket keepers.
Roach is going to start from the end that we've seen him majority of this match, the circularly Ambrose end. Here is he running in, goes past umpire outside the line of the off stump, one that is cut away, square of the wicket. It's going to get runs here. They get 1, they come back for 2. That's all they're going to have. The fielder running back there looks to be Amir Django, who runs back, picks the ball up close to the boundary, has a fire throw back to Joshua Da Silva, and the batters were able to come back for 2 runs. So 34 runs off Kimar Roach's bowling. He's in his 9th over 1 wicket so far, going at a rate of 4.16, maybe a little bit more expensive than he would like. He sees the slips go down as he's in, and the batter comes forward. Shandimal plays a defensive shot up the onside of the pitch, and there's no run. So the 2 slips are there. Then there is a man right in front of Shandimal's bat at that short catching extra cover, we would say, or maybe a short mid-off. And we also have the man patrolling the covers. There is a traditional mid-off fielder. Jaden Seals is at mid-on. And then there's also a man catching in that short straight mid-wicket position. Here is Roach in, and he's edging, and he's out caught. He parried it up into the air, but then he took it well. And that's the end of Dinesh Shandimal. Kimar Roach gets his man, edge found, catch taken, and the West Indies gets their 7th wicket. Kimar Roach getting a wicket in his first over after the luncheon interval, and it was edged, went to the first slip fielder, and John Campbell parried it first, but then had the presence of mind to take the catch. Roach is happy, West Indies are happy, Sri Lanka in further trouble. They're now 84 for 7. Shandibal goes back for 43 of 60 deliveries.
Excellent stuff by Roach. Caught it slips, as he said, Campbell parried it. And then had the presence of being able to get back and take it again. But that's the same delivery I was telling you about.
Same
Denmore.
one that you were talking about that you wanted to see. That
yeah,
one
but
that
he produced
that
it. He produced it, so he must have been listening.
Yes, his mic. I think he's wired up to you because you just mentioned about that one that straightened.
Hold its own.
Hold its own.
Yeah.
And he was able to produce such a delivery that was edged and went into the gloves of to Campbell at slip. Campbell parried it first because it went pretty quickly to him, but he was able to hold on, and so West Indies would be happy with that. The 7th wicket has gone down, 84 for 7, and Milan Ratanaika, he has come out to join Dinusha, and again the West Indies would be in a strong position, and they are hoping to try and force a victory here over the Sri Lankans. Milan Ratanaika is a left-hander, and immediately the Roach goes around the wicket. He's beginning to move in now, goes past the umpires in and bowls, and a delivery that again just shapes away from Dinusha. Kept a little Milan just kept a little bit low, taken on the bounce by Joshua De Silva, and no run. So they had 3 slips in, 3 slips and gully in for him. There is a man at point, short extra cover, catching, mid off, mid on, a straightish mid wicket. Man down on the long leg boundary as Roach is in to bowl, and Milan is this time picking up the line pretty early and just raising the bat, allowing it to go by into the gloves of the wicket keeper, and there is no run.
Yeah, well, let's hope that Roach could get one to, dart back into the left-hander from that same line. Yeah, as you remember, one batter being bowled by Shamar Joseph, leaving alone, and he'll have to be watchful. His name is Milan. He's have to be watchful and mindful of that particular delivery. And Roach is pretty crafty.
Crafty is in now, and he's trying one. He's a loud appeal, and he's given him leg before. Roach striking Milan on the pad. There was a loud appeal, and they're having a talk about it, and they decided, you know what, let's have a look at it. And the umpire was given Milan out leg before, and we'll have to just wait to see what it is. 84 for 7, and he would need 4 wickets, so that would mean 299 if he gets this one. But we just wait to see the replays. Roach was pretty confident, Dave Joseph, about that one. He went up immediately, and Milan is just waiting.
Yeah, as we were saying, then more years he's wired to me because I was looking for him to produce that delivery that comes back into the left-hander, which he did.
You just spoke about him being crafty about that one, because he bowled
crafty.
2 of them in succession that shaped away from Milan, and then that one that came back at him, we'll see. It looks as if it's pitching in line, and it straightens.
Missing, looks like.
We'll see. It hits the pad.
It'll go to ball tracking.
It'll go to ball tracking, ultra edge. I don't think that there's anything. I saw space between the bat and ball, but it hits him. Maybe we hit him on the pad, so it's going to be important. Pitching in line, impact in line. Wicket is umpire's call, so it's given. And the umpire gave him out, so Milan Ratanaika has to go back, and Roach gets his 299th wicket here. Sri Lanka, they are now 84 for 8 and in deep trouble.
Yeah, then more as we were talking about early on, we see lots of team spirit and coming from the young Django. he's really upbeat about what's going on with the West Indies team.
Yeah, we saw him yesterday, and I smiled yesterday because when Roach got to his 100, if we were to see the video again, Django, I thought, celebrated more than Roach. Django jumped up
that's the captain.
than Chase.
Than Chase,
when
yeah.
Chase got his 100 yesterday, Django jumped up into the air and punched the air, and I was like, what is going on here? And he's been upbeat, and he should feel good about himself. I think that he might be in the runnings, Jack, for the man of the match. Jack and Seth, if you were choosing the man of the match, who would you give it to? Amir Django, of course, he's definitely front of the line for that. Asita Fernando is coming out, and he averages 3.1. His best is 11. So not something that he's going to be given quite a lot of hope about with his average. Dinusha, who is a young man, is still fighting. He's only on 4, as the West Indies are just trying to make sure now they have 2 slips and a gully in place. They're bringing in a leg slip. There is that man at backward point. Mid-off is there, mid-on. A man at deep square leg and a man down on the long leg boundary for Jaden Seals, and he's driven back past Seals out to the mid-on region. Doesn't take the run, Dinusha, and you tend to think that he's going to have to bat. This might be the last wicket because we are not certain the last pair if Kamar, remember we saw him Kumara, remember we saw him go off yesterday and we didn't see him again, so we're not sure. Lahiru Kamara, we're not sure if we're going to see him bat today, so the West Indies could be looking to finish off the Sri Lankans pretty soon. We watch as Jaden Seals is standing there, just sending Alzari back a little bit deeper at that mid-on position. He runs in now, goes past the umpire, and this delivery is played away into the onside field by Dinusha, and there is no run. They're spreading the fields, putting them a little deep, trying to entice Dinusha into taking that single. He's not minded to do so. Just 84 for 8 is the total. Yes, you're hearing the correct score, and opportunity for the West Indies to get a victory in this World Test Championship match. Here is Jaden Seals, runs in and bowls to Dinusha, who gets on top of a short of a length delivery, steers it away into the offside field, and there is no run. So 2 for 14 so far for Jaden Seals. And this morning with his very first delivery, he hit the edge of Rajita, the overnight night watchman, and a smart catch taken at that third slip position, and he looked very happy about himself with that delivery. He's bowled well in the match. I think he was unlucky in the first innings. His statistics doesn't suggest how well he bowled. Here is this delivery that is pulled away down to the fine leg region by Dinusha, straight to the fielder on the boundary. And that looks to be Amir Django, who is down on the fine leg boundary. There is, again, no run.
Then more, you can't keep Django out of the game.
No, and the ball is following him everywhere he goes. The ball seems to be following him. And he's had a good game. And he should feel good about himself. And a lot of people in the West Indies should feel good about his performance because he got the opportunity. We heard at the start of the match that he might not have been in the squad had Shea Hope been fit. Here is this delivery, looking to cut his Dinusha, much too close to him. The ball beating him into the gloves of the wicketkeeper, Jaden Seals, having a word with him. Probably asking him, you want something to cut? Cut this.
What would you do now then more for this last delivery to keep the the non-striker and strike for the next over.
But I would have brought the fielders in to make sure that they're not able to steal a run. So these men that are on the boundary, they would have to come up. Make sure that there is no possibility of Dinusha stealing a single. If he wants anything, hit it
Well,
over the top.
I guess Denmo is going to go high.
But Jaden Seals, maybe, the bowler bouncer, he will watch and see, here is he in, and he's hammering one into the pitch and rocking back and getting out of the way is Dinusha. And then Jaden Seals, of course, just having a few more words with him as he rocked back at that short delivery, which is of good pace and goes into the gloves of the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. End of the over has come up, and I'll give Jack Matthew an opportunity to come in alongside you, Dave Joseph. 84 for 8 Sri Lanka, Dinusha on 4, and Asita Fernando yet to score.
Yeah, excellent stuff by Seals here for that over. And we'll see Roach, who is on the verge of getting his 300th test wicket. To continue, Jack?
Good afternoon to you, Dave, and good afternoon to everyone. And hello to those beyond the shores of our timeline and our time zone. And I'm surprised that the state of play is what it is now. I was looking for more resistance on the part of Sri Lanka, but they had no answer to the West Indies fiery and from reports attacking bowling. Here is Kim Roach on the verge of 300 test wickets, and the batsman Chandimal is defending the ball, keeping a little bit low. That one fired in at 129 miles. That's Fernando, correction. Chandimal departed already, the former Sri Lankan captain. So that's Asita Fernando. So we're very much, I would say, on the threshold of a West Indies victory here. It would take a miracle for them to really survive for much longer. Here is Roach on his way to bowl to Fernando. And Fernando is bowled! Kemar Roach celebrates 300 test wickets. What a player he has been for the West Indies. What an impactful bowler he has been for the West Indies. And this is one of his major hunting grounds. He has done very well here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And Roach has cleaned him up. Asita Fernando has been bowled by Roach, his 300th test wicket at the highest level. And what a time for Roach to accomplish this in the twilight of his career, but he's still showing his awesome ability. That looked to be a slow one. Fernando played yesterday and the ball arrived tomorrow, or was it the other way around? He played yesterday and whatever it is. But he was cleaned up by Roach, and so Roach celebrates his 300th test wicket, 84 for 9, Sri Lanka.
Yeah, we will say congratulations to Roach on his 300, scalp. I'm thinking, Jack, you've missed a pretty interesting morning of some good fast bowling. So you just missed it. It was real good stuff this morning from the West Indies Pacers. And I dare say you missed out, Jack.
Yes, but I did not miss the worship. I was worshiping the Lord God Almighty, the King of Glory.
Yeah, that comes first,
yes,
Jack, every day.
God comes first all the time.
But yes, in terms of cricket, you've missed some good stuff this morning in terms of fast bowling.
So the West Indies on top and on the brink of a 1-0 lead in the 2-match series. The teams will be back here very, very shortly. They'll have a day off tomorrow because tomorrow is the scheduled final day, but I don't see
extra day to rest.
I don't see the Sri Lanka by any stretch of the imagination batting even until tea. We've just gone a few minutes, if you will, into the just over half an hour or so, approaching half an hour into the post-lunch session. So I don't see the West Indies going much more beyond that. They're going to look to wrap it up right now. So Kemar Roach will bowl to the last batsman, Dinusha Kumara. In fact, it's Kumara. I just changed his name a while ago. Here is Roach into bowl him, and it's a full toss, and he plays it into the offside. Just tapping the ball into the offside, and no movement of the feet. We know that he was troubled by this hamstring injury on the first day on the second morning of the match, and he had to go off with that hamstring problem. So he has come out now to try and defy the West Indies bowling attack as long as he possibly can. So he's a left-hander, and here is Roach running away from us into bowl to Kumara, and Kumara is clipping the ball off his pads down to the backward square position. They've crossed for one. He's going to go into the boundary. Yes, that's 4 runs. That's wonderful timing by the number 11 batsman. Kumara just getting a ball full on his legs, and he clipped it away. No real power in the stroke, all timing, and it went for 4 down to backward square.
Yeah, excellent shot by the last batter. Looks pretty good, Jack. Timing is real on.
Yeah. It's really been a disappointing Sri Lankan batting performance, given the fact that they recovered very well in the first innings. They were tottering at 110 for 5. They made 308. Roach around the wicket to Kumara, and he's driving down the ground, 4 runs. Oh, that was it with a certain degree of contempt, as if it was a T20 international. He certainly gave himself room. He removed that front foot, kept it out of the way, and then he launched himself into a straight drive. It rocketed past the umpire and the mid-on in a deepish position. Had no chance in Shamar Joseph, and the ball rushed away for 4 consecutive boundaries here by Kumar. So he's going to go down fighting, and he's going to go down in a time of glory. Here is Roach into bowl team once more, and this time he's defending, getting a ball up to him, and he just drops it in front of him. The over comes to an end. It's 92 for 9. Sri Lanka, they trail by 226 runs. They're on the brink of an innings defeat here. Kumara has 8 consecutive 4s hit off Kemar Roach. Dinusha is on 4, and Sri Lanka now just trying to stave off defeat, but it's almost an impossibility here with the West Indies in complete control.
You see Roach being congratulated by the Sri Lankan batters just now. That's good to see. At least good for cricket.
Yes, it has been a milestone, and
300 test wickets.
And that's what sports is all about. Joining an elite band of West Indian fast bowlers and West Indian bowlers in general to reach 300 test wickets. The first to achieve that was a spinner, in fact. It was Lance Gibbs, who reached 300 test wickets. I think he finished on 309, and others have followed. And we know that many have gone on to exceed that number by a substantial degree. Here is Seals. He's bowling around the wicket, and he's beaten outside the off-stump. Dinusha playing and missing the ball, which was angled into him, perhaps a little bit of a way movement after pitching, and he was comprehensively beaten, taken by Joshua behind the stumps. 92 for 9.
Yeah, it's not an easy fleet, Jack, for fast bowlers to be getting 300 wickets. Spinners will bowl more overs, I believe, so they have more opportunities to get wickets. But as again, it's a congrats to Roach.
Yes, it's a tough ask for fast bowlers to get up to that milestone. Here is Seals, and the batsman is defending. Dinusha coming into line and playing fearlessly on the offside of the pitch. The bowler coming around to knock the ball down, and there is no run.
Yeah, what you can say again to Jack about Roach, he has showed how crafty he is. He has pulled out all the stops. You've seen him, taking the ball away from the right-handers into the right-handers. You've seen him going across the left-handers, and we've seen him even bowling the slow ball here in Test cricket, which is used a lot in limited overs cricket. So he has pulled out all the stops, Jack.
Indeed he has. So here is Seals on his way once more to bowl to the left-handed Dinusha, and he's whipping the ball away down to the backward square area. It goes down to the fine leg position, long leg area, that general vicinity. And the ball is picked up by one of the heroes of this test match. That's Amir Django. And the score is inched on by 1. No, they did not run, didn't they?
No, they did not.
They did not.
He doesn't
I
want
was
to
looking at the fielder, not looking at the batsman.
expose the tail ender too early in this
92.
over.
When I looked up and I saw the score the same, and I realized they did not run. 92 for 9. So Kemar Roach being the latest to achieve 300 wickets as a West Indian bowler. Ball is pushed into the onside, goes away towards the straightish mid-wicket position. The mid-on in Alzari Joseph comes around, and there is no run. So Roach, 300 test wickets. This is his 89th test match, Kemar Roach. And he's now on the all-time list as West Indian fast bowlers. He's number 6. Is he? He's number 5. He's number 5 on the list. I'll tell you who are the ones ahead of him in terms of the number of wickets. As I said before, Lance Gibbs, 309, the first to achieve the landmark.
Ooh.
Here is he hooking at this delivery. It was an adventurous stroke. It was short from Seals, and he went into that hook shot, showing bravery. And the ball going past the edge and into the gloves of Joshua. So heading the list, of course, is Courtney Walsh with 519. Sir Curtly Ambrose, 405. And after him, Malcolm Marshall with 376. And then Lance Gibbs with 309. So 4 bowlers ahead of Kemar Roach. Seals is in, and the batsman is driving on the bounce back to the bowler. The bowler then threatens to have a shy at the stumps if the batsman decided to venture out of his crease. Done in the spirit of the game, no doubt. So the over has come to an end. It's a matter of surviving, but for how long? They're 92 for 9. They trail by 226. The West Indies on the threshold of a 1-0 lead in the series. Roach has picked up 442, and he will certainly be searching for a 5-wicket haul to celebrate what has been a tremendous milestone for him at the highest form of the game.
Yes, Jack, West Indies looking forward to this victory, I believe. As they say, Roach will be happy if he could get a 5 here to celebrate that, landmark. It will be a better sell for him. 5 on his landmark of 300.
And he's showing durability, of course, as a player, as a cricketer. And just look at how many overs he has bowled in Test cricket. He has bowled 2,589 overs.
Yeah, that's
2,589 overs. So, and that's a lot.
a lot of work.
That's a tremendous.
Running in and bowling.
Tremendous. He goes in now, and the batsman is swinging on his ball. It's high in the air, going down towards the third man position. It will fall short of the field, and they decided to go for a run. Fernando swinging at that ball from Roach. It went high in the air, well over the head of the keeper, and down to the third man position. It looks to be Alzari Joseph down there having to come around. And the batsman crossed for 1 to bring Dinusha on strike. Kumara was the player going for that swing. 93 for 9. It is now for Sri Lanka. And his best bowling figures in an innings, 6 for 48. Kemar Roach, 6 for 48. And his, in terms of 5-wicket hauls, he has had 12. So on the verge here of getting his 13th 5-wicket haul. He's on his way. 4 for 43. Roach is in, and Dinusha is allowing this ball to curl away outside the line of the off stump, pitching and moving away from the left-hander taken by Joshua. Another Joshua that we know about is the Joshua in the Bible. In Joshua 24 it says, as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. And so Joshua is a servant of God. Well, he was. He has passed, but one day he will be rejoicing in heaven. And I hope that Dave and all of us here will be with you in heaven. Praise
Most certainly,
God.
Jack.
Praise God. Here is Kemar Roach looking for his 5th wicket.
Ooh.
And it's a delivery which is of fuller length. The batsman not inclined to play, allowing it to go by into the gloves of Joshua, the silver. And there is no addition to the score. So there are 3 slips. There's a gap between the 2nd slip and the 4th slip fielders. There's a gully as well. Those are the close catches. There's a man in at the mid-wicket region. Just stepping back a bit there.
You might want to call it 2 gullies, Jack.
You want to call it, okay, call it 2 gullies. Here is Kemar Roach around the wicket, into bowl to Dinosha. He gets a good ball and he plays it well. He was fired towards the stumps. Kemar Roach looking to hit the base of the stump on that occasion. But a defiant Dinosha was there with a broad bat, and he went out towards the extra cover position. No run resulting from that. It remains on 93 for 9. So apart from the former captain getting 43, it has been a dismal display by Sri Lanka. No other batter got to double figures. Hatham Nisanka, he departed yesterday for 3. Dushka made a 2. This is short, and he's pulling at this ball, and he goes away down to the fine leg area, and it has gone away for 4 runs. So it was short, and Dinosha was into the pull shot, and he hit it well, and he went away down to the fine leg position. It's an attacking field being employed by the West Indies at this time, so no one in that run-saving position, and he got 4 runs for it.
Well, they can afford to, Jack. You've got lots of runs on the board, and I'm thinking that they should be attacking them some more. It's a bit more short pitch bowling.
You would put in a short leg.
Of course, and
maybe a silly point.
Bowl a few short balls at them.
And see what he...
Don't let them hang around here all day. Get your fast bowlers in and let them put up their legs.
Roach looking for wicket number 5, and here's a ball cut away down towards the point position, 4 runs. And that was hit very, very well. It was a quality stroke by Dinosha, as if he were number 1 or number 4 batter. And he really put bat to ball. He had the width on that occasion, and he played it beautifully. It rushed down to the point boundary for 4 runs. So the 100 has come up, a psychological landmark for Sri Lanka. They will say that they were not bowled out on the 100, and they trailed by 217 runs nonetheless, at 101 for 9.
Yeah, I was just looking at what's taking place out there. I think Justin Graves was having a few words with it's Kamara. So maybe
conciliatory words, or
yeah, maybe they're looking to. Maybe he was just trying to get into it and let them know we're going to get up around your ears.
So those were combative words, if you will.
Yeah, quietly.
Because they're out in camp. Oh yeah,
quietly.
In a quiet, with a sense of love. But you know, it's what is said. But it was said with
aggression,
love.
quiet aggression.
Yes. So we're watching Jaden Seals. He will continue the attack from the Sir Andy Roberts end. He'll bowl to Fernand Kumara. Kumara is the man on strike, and this ball is going over the top of the stumps. It was short, and Kumara was showing there that he wasn't prepared to really get into line with that delivery, and so he made a movement towards the leg side and just tried to play it with a horizontal bat, but he was certainly not in control. He wasn't suggesting at all that he was in any way a batsman of any accomplishment, a batsman of any quality. He is coming at number 11. Here is a ball, bowls him! That's the end of the match. He has been bowled by Jaden Seals, and the West Indies have won, and won in emphatic fashion. They have won by 217 runs. They've beaten by an innings and 217 runs. They have won in tremendous fashion here against Sri Lanka. Bowled out for 101 with Jaden Seals smashing the stumps of Kumara. Dinosha unbeaten on 12, and it has been an emphatic West Indies victory, winning by an innings and 217 runs.
Yeah, good stuff by the West Indies, Jack. At least they have cleaned up Sri Lanka in less than 4 days. So that's good for them, you know. Well played to the Django, well played to the captain. Django getting a double century, the captain getting a century and a half. But all in all, a good display in terms of batting and bowling for the West Indies.
Extremely good performance by the West Indies. And as we've been saying, the resilience of the West Indies was very much in evidence because although Sri Lanka came back, they were 110 for 5. They came back into the match with 308 on the board. And had the West Indies faltered, they were faltering at one point. They were 168 for 5. Before that, 401-run partnership between Roston Chase and Amir Django put the West Indies in that impregnable position, and they went on to win the match by an innings and 217 runs. The resilience of the West Indies in this match certainly came to the fore. Certainly came to the fore. It was a manifestation of concentration. It was a manifestation of a will to perform, and the West Indies did extremely well to win by this massive margin by an innings and 217 runs. And the hope for many West Indian fans is that this resilience will continue, and they will go on to win the match, go on to win the series by a 2-0 margin.
Yeah, Jack, I think we could probably say maybe it would have been a different result had the Sri Lankan bowler wasn't injured. Because they had West Indies, as they say, reeling when before that partnership came about.
Yes, but remember he bowled only one over.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But if he was fit, there, okay.
They probably would have been a
the pressure would be right. Yeah,
the pressure was let off them by he not being fit. But all in all, West Indies won. A very good game. And it should speak well for them in terms of their confidence and all that kind of stuff to go into the second game, Jack.
Indeed. And another noticeable performance by the West Indies was to get in excess of 600 runs. I think the last time they did that was in 2012. And so that's another plus. It's not every test match you're going to score 600, or every other test match or every series you're going to score 600 runs. So this was a commendable effort as well, and being able to declare after getting to that 600-run mark as well was highly commendable by the West Indies. So Chase celebrating his first victory as West Indies captain. That is also a notable achievement.
Yeah, that's a good thing. At least Chase getting his first win under his belt. So we're hoping that he can get many more victories, for the West Indies in terms as a captain. Jack?
What do you make of his captaincy? Perhaps in general, not necessarily in this match, but what do you make of his captaincy in general?
Yeah, in general, I tend to think he's a bit negative at times, but I think it's something that he'll get out of Jack as he go on. And captaincy, Jack, is not only just for the captains. He needs the support of the team around him. Sometimes the influence of the senior players can help too. Sometimes when I was captain of Leewards and even Antigua, I would look forward to having discussions with my senior players, and sometimes they'll give you some good advice.
Yes, and we know that captaincy is not an easy task. You've had that to do for so many years for the Leeward Islands and even for representative West Indies teams. You would have captained a representative West Indies team at some point.
Yeah, I think I've captained West Indies A in Sri Lanka, and I think I've done some work with a President 11 at some point too. But what I'm saying, the captaincy is not just only for the captain. You got to get the players involved, that kind of stuff. Yeah, as I was saying, Jack, sometimes you need that little bit of input, especially from your senior players. I used to look a lot towards my fast bowlers, for that sort of, advice and that kind of stuff. When we're batting, you got to know who your batters you're going to go to for, good advice and that kind of stuff.
And we know that the support of your teammates, not only in terms of the tactical aspect of it, but certainly in terms of batting and fielding and in bowling, those are key factors in terms of the performance of the team. It's not just the captain, because the captain can be a very good tactician, but if the bowlers and the batters and the fielders are not delivering, it can be useless in that sense, because no matter how much tactical know-how the captain can employ, unless you go there and you bat and you get wickets and so on, it would be rather futile. So that support is so much important. And that was evident when Clive Lloyd captained the West Indies. Yes, he would have used strategies and so on, but he was captain in a unit which was tremendously talented, bowlers who were devastating in terms of the quartet, batsmen who wanted to bat forever, and that sort of thing. And even in the field, there was that cutting edge about the West Indies fielding during the Clive Lloyd era, and that would have certainly helped his captaincy a great deal.
Yeah, Jack, as you rightfully said, captaincy.
We see Kemar Roach now being presented with a T-shirt marked 300. So it was already printed before he got to the landmark. 300 test wickets for Kemar Roach, becoming number 5 on the list of all time West Indian bowlers. Yes, we're going to go over now and hear from Kemar
Roach.
I think a win is what we needed to get ourselves on the championship table. So well done to the team. Roston Chase on his first win as captain. Sammy on his first win as well as coach. But you know what? It's been a long journey. It took a lot to be here. I wouldn't be here without all these guys, everyone supporting me, especially Dennis Bayam. I want to mention Dennis Bayam immensely. He's the team physio, and we've had countless conversations for the last couple of weeks. Obviously coming back from injury, a lot of work had to be done to get myself out here to play this test match, and he was phenomenal, man. So I want to really thank Dennis Bayam a lot. For my family, I know my mom is watching, she's proud. My kids, all my friends at home, I know everyone is watching this day today. Everyone thought I was going to get it yesterday, but the guys batted well and we did very well also. So a win is important. I'm happy. I want to thank all the Antigua fans for coming out, supporting the team. And a win is what we wanted, and that's what we got.
Kemar, I know that you've achieved this 300 test wicket mark. Everyone wants to know what's on your mind. How much do you think you can keep going?
Chat me in the morning. Chat me in the morning. Right now, we're going to celebrate this win. Obviously, first win, and then discussions will be had.
And now, of course, with this performance, what would you like to say to those who have helped you to achieve this?
Thank you very much, everyone. I really appreciate it. All the people supporting me over the years. I'm glad I made you proud in some way. But for me right now, I just want to bask in the moment, celebrate this test win, and then let's go and win this series as well.
Kemar, you told me that you don't consider yourself a legend, but I speak for everyone inside this Vivian Richards Stadium when I say you are a legend. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So very much a legend. He's among the legends of West Indies cricketers. Fifth on the all-time list since the West Indies began Test cricket back in 1928. Kemar Roach is among 5 top bowlers in Test cricket for the West Indies. A highly commendable performance, getting up to 300. Only, as we've been saying, likes of Courtney Walsh, Curtly Ambrose, Clive Lloyd and Malcolm Marshall, not necessarily in that order. There it is. Courtney Walsh 519, Ambrose 405, Marshall 376, Gibbs 309, and Roach now 300. 5 on the all-time list. Tremendous performance.
Yeah, despite what he wants to think and what he wants to feel, he's pretty modest about his performance over the years, Jack. But he is a legend
and
of West Indies fast bowling.
Yes, and a hallmark about his performances as well, his performances over the years, this never say die attitude. He kept going, and many times he served as a workhorse for the West Indies. In a situation where they had to rely on someone to bowl a lot of overs, over sometimes short periods of time, over long periods of time. And there was Kemar Roach answering the call to bowl. And he has that ability to move the ball. And I remember him talking about bowling here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. He said something about the wind or something about the atmosphere, which helps his bowling. And so having success here is something not new to Kemar Roach. And so he likes to play here in Antigua. I think the West Indies team in general, all the cricketers of the West Indies, talking about years gone by, they like to play in Antigua because in Antigua, the record for the West Indies is a very good one for some reason.
Yeah, Jack, I'm saying for Kemar Roach, he has done tremendously well for the West Indies. I think he has made note of it. The physio is a special man in his career who kept him going. And you would have known he would have encountered quite a few injuries, quite a few stiffness when he's on tour, when they were playing. So that physio that people don't even know about or talk about, normally, he actually brought it to the fore today, that he's commending his physio that kept him on the run.
And sometimes these people go unnoticed, and so we need to include them as part of the whole setup of the team and the performances of the team. Seth Burton?
Interesting about that background work and the performance and the family and everyone else who have put things into his life. The other perspective, I think, on the Kemar Roach issue, Jack, before you disappear, that I want to pay some attention to. Denmo is going to join us, but I just want your comment on this. For Kemar, for me, was durability. From 2008 to 2026, that's 18 years as a fast bowler. And in the same context, if we were to look at the players whom you made mention of in terms of the others on the 300 board for the West Indies, let's look at Malcolm Marshall, who came before Ambrose and Walsh. He hunted in a successful fast bowling pair. He sort of bridged the gap between the end of the Andy Roberts era and then the modern fast, the other contemporaries, Curtly Ambrose, Courtney Walsh. They kept on, they came in pairs. So Marshall, Ambrose, Walsh, apart from landscapes, he virtually hunted often alone. He would have played with maybe more fast bowlers than all the others, because during his period we didn't have the same success that we had in that period. And that is why we have to value his performance, because he didn't have the Ambrose and Walsh combination. Marshall, who had the Roberts, Garner, Holding before he got Walsh and Ambrose and the others. So I think the fact that Kemar Roach stuck to it, I think it is really notable outside of the quantitative aspects of his game.
Yeah, that's an interesting and noteworthy observation by you, Seth, because yes, we were not dominant when he was in the process of accumulating these wickets. We were losing a lot of test matches. We were struggling in many instances, but Kemar Roach was the player of durability in that West Indies bowling attack. And no matter who was in partnership with him, he was there providing the overs, providing the hard work, providing the testing times for the batsmen of various countries. And he has done remarkably well. And again, a manifestation of that durability you mentioned with respect to Kemar Roach. Highly commendable.
So thank you. Our listeners, we just want you to know that we're also waiting on the presentation of awards ceremony. So we'll be here. Jack Matthews is going off to have lunch. Dave Joseph has joined him. Terry Laraji, they're all having lunch. But Denmo Roberts, the man who had the chicken story, even though he's not filled, I guess Eileen's lunch, that's Alzari Joseph grandmother's lunch, may be keeping you here. But on a serious note, Denmo, we would look at the game beyond Roach. Sri Lanka, 308, the first day of the game. But we break as our presentation is coming up. But we will just note that. Let us join Samuel Badri.
Yeah, the fans would have enjoyed that, no doubt. West Indies picking up their first victory in this World Test Championship cycle. Finishing it with a day to spare as well. These fans were engaged from day one.
So, we're not quite ready with Samuel Badri yet. But the point is that 308 scored on the first day, the thought was that they were ahead.
Yeah,
And you got your feedback from all over that they would have been ahead.
Yeah, I got the feedback, and because of the way that the West Indies had been playing in recent times, fans thought that the 308 would have been troublesome because, if we're honest, the West Indies batting had been a problem. They weren't getting production from the openers. We've changed the openers. We've been toying with who are the best. So let's join Samuel Badri for the presentation ceremony.
Win by an innings and 217 runs in this first test. Welcome to the end of match presentation of the first test of the CWI Test International Series, West Indies against Sri Lanka 2026. Cricket West Indies would like to thank the official sponsors of the series who have made this possible: Betcage Sports, Dasani, Coca-Cola, Quartz, Macron, Powerade and Lion Beer. It's my absolute pleasure now to introduce the player of the match. Only his second test match and a sparkling double century. That award goes to none other than Amir Jangu. The award will be presented by Mr. Enoch Lewis, Director, Cricket West Indies and President of the Leeward Islands Cricket Association.
Congrats.
Thank you. Congratulations once again, Amir, on that sparkling knock. We've spoken to you many times during the course of this test match, but that award, what does it mean to you so early in your test career?
Yeah, it's amazing. Upper Sala. Yeah, words can't explain it right now. Just happy that we got a test win, and yeah, just truly grateful for it.
Your first three first-class centuries, you were able to convert that to double centuries, first time in history. No one else in the history of cricket has been able to do that. What do you attribute to that ability to convert hundreds into double hundreds?
Yeah, I think early up in my career especially, I normally get a lot of starts and been getting out, and I think when you go on to get two lower scores, the average dip a lot. So I realize now that when I do get a start, it's all about cashing in, and lucky enough when I do get a century, I convert them to doubles. So yeah, been going really well right now.
There's so many good things to talk about, but what was the most satisfying thing for you in this test match and in your knock in particular?
To be honest, just to be part of a test win, believe it or not. It's not about my double century or anything like that. I'm happy to be a part of the West Indies team, getting a win under our belt, our first win of the Test championship cycle, and obviously Kima Roach getting 300 wickets. That's phenomenal.
An icing on the cake. You were not slated to play in this test match, an unfortunate injury to Shea Hope. You spoke about readiness and always being prepared. Tell us a little bit about that and that mindset.
Yeah, I always have a positive mindset and I'm always ready. Being a professional cricketer, you always have to be disciplined, always putting in the hard yards in training, and I've been doing that. Working with our coaches, batting coach, having a good conversation with him too before this game. We know we were pretty ready for the task that was at hand. So lucky enough that I had a really good game, but it was all about the preparation.
A selection dilemma now for the West Indies. Congratulations once again, Amir. No doubt we'll be seeing much more of you in the future.
Thank you.
That's Amir Jangu, player of the match in this first test. I'd now like to call on Dhananjaya De Silva out of Sri Lanka. Commiserations to the Sri Lankans and on Dhananjaya on the result. Dhananjaya, bad news for you in terms of this result. Summarize from your perspective this test match for us.
Well, I thought, in the first inning we had enough runs on the board. I thought, calculating the past history here. But, when they were 160 for 5, he's still in the game. But Captain Chase and Django batted well and just, threw out us, out of the game.
Yeah, you mentioned that first innings total, but being bowled out on day one really puts you under pressure. And then in the second innings, talk us about that batting effort second time around.
Well, it's quite harder than the first inning. I thought, not much grass on it. The ball patches here and there, and ball just keeping low and some bouncing out. And but I thought, we were in the game first 2 days, and one injury, let the whole team down.
Yeah, you mentioned that injury. I just want to focus a little bit on your bowling effort then. Didn't seem too penetrative when you saw the West Indian bowl. Always something happening from the surface, not so much from you guys. Tell us a little bit about that bowling effort.
Well, obviously, they had 5 pacers in their lineup. We only had 4, but unfortunately one guy injured, and other 3 came back to back and put their heart out and bowl. But as I said, Chase and Django batted well, and we just out of game after that.
Yeah, let's not forget your magnificent century in the first innings. The second test in a couple of days' time, same venue. What can you take out of this performance?
Well, just when you have to win a test match, you have to take all the 20 wickets. I'm just focusing on that. Just get a better bowling lineup, and batters will bat anywhere in the world. But we have to just take the 20 wickets out.
Yeah, known for your resilience and indomitable spirit. Tough luck today. All the best in the next one.
Thank you very much.
Dhananjaya De Silva, unsuccessful captain in this first test match. I'd now like to call on the victorious captain of the West Indies, Ruston Chase. These fans have waited to hear from you, Ruston. First test win as captain, first win in this ICC Test Championship cycle. A sigh of relief?
I wouldn't say it's a sigh of relief. I think it is one of joy. We had 8 test matches before and we didn't get a win. We only got a draw. We came close in New Zealand, but we didn't cross the line. So to come here and make the plans and come and see the guys executed the way that they executed, I think it's like a dream come true for me. Everything that we sit down and spoke about, the guys came out and did for me. So I'm very happy for this win, and I'm give my guys a huge thank you.
And a thank you to you as well as captain and leading from in front. So many records toppled along the course of this test match. This win, the greatest in terms of margin of defeat against Sri Lanka. Tell us what satisfied you the most. So many good things to talk about, but what satisfies you the most about this win?
I think 2 things satisfied me a lot. It was Django getting this double 100 because I was out there with him, and he seemed like he wanted to give it away after getting to the 100, and then he just knuckled down and just went into a zone, and we was just out there, and it was nice to see him just knuckle down and play for the team and not just for his own milestones. And then to see Kemar Roach, one of my first roommates, get 300 wickets. I think he's a very great bowler. He's a modern day legend in my eyes, and he's up there with any of the greats from West Indies. So I think 2 of those things were the most outstanding things for me.
Yeah, he moves up in the echelon of West Indian greats, top 5 in terms of most wickets taken by a West Indian bowler in Test match cricket. And moving on to that second Test match, no doubt you have not won a series in some time as well. What will be the message to your group in terms of keeping this momentum going?
I think we should get too far ahead of ourselves. As I said this morning, today, I think we had the 300 runs lead and we will feel like we are on top, but it's still the most important thing to be patient and trust the process and trust the plans that we made. So I would just say to the guys for the second match to just try to repeat the good things that we've done and try to improve on the parts where we worked so good. I think the only downfall I would say in this game was the first innings in the bowling. I thought we gave them probably 50 runs too much. So that's just something to look at. But I know we have a good bowling unit, so I'm looking forward to them picking up the slack from where they left off in this innings.
Were you surprised of how things unfolded so quickly in today's play?
I don't want to say I'm surprised, but I know, as I said yesterday to you, I think the wicket still had in a lot for the bowlers, and our bowlers are somewhat quicker than the Sri Lankan bowlers, and I think we hit the deck a bit harder, so I always knew that we would get a bit more, especially with a bit more pace than their bowlers. So as I said, we have 4 quality quicks, and then Justin Grace as well. He's a good all-rounder as well, so I was never doubtful about us coming out here and winning the game today. I didn't think it would have happened so fast, but I thought we would have done it today. So I just want to say kudos to the guys and especially the bowling lineup.
And the batting is coming along quite nicely. I'll let you go now and celebrate your first test win as captain, Ruston Chase. Congratulations and all the best in the second test.
Thank you very much.
Ruston Chase, always so stoic in his expressions, likes to remain.
So you've heard it, the West Indies winning by an innings and 217 runs to get going and to put themselves in a position that they cannot lose that series. All focus will be here again on Friday for the second of this game. Denmore Roberts, we're just summing up what happened. You've heard from Ruston Chase, you've heard from Dhananjaya De Silva, you've heard from the man of the moment, Kemar Roach. What stands out most in this test match? You've heard from Amir Django, the hero of this game, in my opinion. What stands out most?
For me, the fact that the West Indies middle order were able to get some runs. The 233 made by Amir Django and the 194 for Captain Chase, something that he needed because he's been under pressure, hasn't had runs, has not been contributing. I think before this, in the last 8 tests, he had 42 runs. So it needed contribution from the middle order. For me as well, the relentless bowling of the fast bowlers. Yeah. They never let up. There wasn't any one of the 4 fast bowlers that we could say was a liability. Roach and Seals with the new ball, and then when Alzari Joseph and Shamar Joseph came in, they also ran in hard and bowled long and hard and well. And for me, that was the important factor for the West Indies team, that the 4 fast bowlers that they picked and with the backup seam, especially in the first innings, we might not recognize, but Justin Graves got 3 wickets.
That's right.
In the first innings. So he too did his support role as a backup bowler for the West Indies in this match. The second innings, I think what was important is that the West Indies bowlers reduced the number of loose deliveries. We heard Captain Chase say in his interview that he thought in the first innings that they gave Sri Lanka's 50 runs too many. I think it's about 80 runs too many with the number of boundary balls. It was almost as if all over the bowlers were trying something and giving away a loose delivery to the Sri Lankans, giving them an opportunity to free their arms. We didn't see that from the Sri Lankans. The Sri Lankans, if we look at the economy rate, maybe just one of their bowler had an economy rate above 4. All the others were below 4, some even at 2 points. So I'm just saying that they were more, they were disciplined, and even though we want to see the relentless fast bowling from the West Indies fast bowler, I also would want them to be mindful of their figures and not just give away too many freebies.
Well, thank you for your assessment. I just want us to then look at it. You mentioned Justin Graves. Yes, when Sri Lanka batted, they scored their 308 on first innings. The big man, Dhananjaya De Silva, the captain, he scored 120. Dennis Chandaman, he scored 54. Justin Graves, the only one who got more than 2 wickets, he had 3 for 39 for the West Indies. Now, when the West Indies batted, they started the second day without scoring, just had an over, and then they amassed 271 for 5 by the end of the second day. Just want to put it in perspective. When Justin Graves departed, it then brought Waston Chase out to join Amir Django, and the score was 161 for 5. The West Indies had faced 50.1 overs. When Django departed in that monumental partnership of 401 runs, the score was 569 for 6. And at that stage, the West Indies had faced 150.3 overs. 2 men batting 100.2 overs. Apart from their 6-wicket record, apart from the fact that they are second in terms of highest partnership ever for the West Indies. Behind it is Sir Gary Sobers and Conrad Hunt. Yes. When you look at those guys, that is really exceptional.
It was really exceptional, the partnership. But what I don't want the West Indies to do is to get carried away. Because a big partnership of 400 is not going to come again every game or any time just now. What the West Indies are going to need is for the other batters in the middle order, the Kavem Hodge, even the
John
Graves,
Campbell.
the John Campbell, up at the top, the Brandon Kings. These guys are going to have to contribute and contribute well to the team. We cannot just continue to have guys throwing away their wickets. I thought that when we look at the way that Brandon King was out, just driving a ball loosely at cover. We saw John Campbell just jumping down the track and giving his hand away in a test match. We can't afford those kinds of things. Kavem Hodge being over cautious and getting himself out. So what we are going to do is we're going to need to have improvement in the middle order. Joshua Da Silva was given a promotion up the order. He didn't grab it with both hands, and as Samuel Battery said in the presentation ceremony, it leaves West Indies with a selection dilemma, because remember that at the start of the game we were told that Amir Django is only in the squad because of an injury picked up by Shea Hope, and which means that the West Indies are going to have to decide if Shea Hope is fit for the second match, and I believe that if he's fit he should play.
Yes.
Do they leave out the wicket keeper and allow Shea Hope to keep and leave out Joshua Da Silva, or who do they drop to bring Shea Hope in? So it is that kind of situation, because if you're going to keep Joshua Da Silva as your wicket keeper batsman, it means somebody like maybe a Kavem Hodge, or do we bring Shea Hope at the top of the order? So it's a dilemma, and it's a good dilemma to have.
I was going to say that.
It is a good dilemma, for a good selection dilemma to have, because you're happy when you have persons who are performing, and it means that people have to work hard for their spot. So if I was somebody like a Kavem Hodge, or even Joshua Da Silva, even right at the top of the innings, I would be also looking over my shoulder to see what is the decision going to be.
Well, it's all teamwork, and that decision is Darren Sammy's. So when he gets there for Friday, we all will be delighted. But then that partnership, Django on his second game, 233, Ruston Chase, 194. They sealed the deal. Milan did bowl well, 5 for 124. But then it was all the West Indian fast bowlers combining with effective pace, exceptional skill on a good pitch, that on the fourth day looked faster than it was on the first day, dismissing the Sri Lankans for 101. Dennis Chandamal, a good game in the end, did get 43 as top scorer, but it was all about Kemar Roach taking 4 for 11 and reaching wicket 300, taking his personal tally to 300 wickets, and joining the illustrious players of Courtney Walsh, Curtly Ambrose, the late Malcolm Marshall, and Lance Gibbs among the top 5 West Indian fast bowlers who have achieved this feat. And we just want to congratulate him, congratulate Amir Django, congratulate Ruston Chase and the West Indies team. And we look forward for a fight, because halfway through it was really a fight. But the Sri Lankans lost their way, and the West Indies just took dominance. So we look forward to joining you on Friday at about 9:45, when the West Indies and Sri Lanka continue their move in the final game right here at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. On behalf of my fellow commentators, Denmore Roberts, who is still with me, Jack Matthew, who joined us, Terry Laraji, who joined us, and the former West Indian former West Indian batter, Dave Joseph, who was with us, and our technical crew. I am Seth Burton saying, see you on Friday, God willing, and we look forward to another intriguing game, a more competitive one, we hope.
You've just heard commentaries on the West Indies Home Series, a production of the Cut and Drive Network in association with Cricket West Indies. Join us again for more on Cut and Drive.